Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Bengkulu was established on April 16, 2001. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is ready to be an excellent health college that provides professional health workers and lead to global in 2025. Our alumni have worked domestic and abroad that spread in Japan for 63 people, Taiwan 20 people, Saudi Arabia 2 people, and Germany 1 person. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is one of the excellent state health colleges in Bengkulu province. The main campus is addressed at Jalan Indragiri, number 3, Padang Harapan, Kota Bengkulu. Meanwhile, Campus B Curug is addressed at Jalan Sabta Marga, number 95, Teladan Village, Rejang Lebong, Regency. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is equipped with the complete and modern campus facilities to support the learning process, including the training center building has more than 2,000 square areas with a hall that provides 500 seats and a comfortable inn. Auditorium has more than 3,000 square areas that provides 1,500 people that used as a multi-purpose building for both internal and external activities of Poltek lecture buildings. Integrated laboratory consists of laboratory department of nursing, midwife, nutrition, health analyst with adequate campus equipment. Campus gazebo with 128 square areas used for student discussion place. Tarbiyati Sihab Mosque has 457 square areas for 500 people with an open room design. Sport facilities. Unit of Language Development with Internet connection and 44 computers unit for computer-based tests and online TOEFL tests. A comfortable library with selfie corner and Selayang Anti-Korupsi corner. Unit of Information Technology that provides computer-based tests with 145 computers unit. Home theater that is used for audiovisual learning activities to all departments. Currently, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu has been accredited by Ban PT with Predicate B, and it has 6 majors and 14 study programs that are already accredited by LAMPTKes.
Percayakan pendidikan putra putri Anda untuk menjadi tenaga kesehatan profesional bersama Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu.
Siap, kaku,
Berkualitas, Polkeslu,
Bermulia.
Pembangunan suatu negara selaras pemanfaatan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan seni. Penguasaan dan pemanfaatan iptek akan dapat meningkatkan daya saing bangsa melalui pengelolaan sumber daya yang dimiliki secara efektif dan efisien. Pusat unggulan iptek di Poltekkes Kemenkes memiliki peran penting dalam mendukung penguatan Tridharma perguruan tinggi dalam kegiatan dan tindakan nyata untuk kepentingan penguatan daya saing bangsa serta inovasi produk. Sebagai upaya mendukung Kementerian Kesehatan untuk memperkuat kelembagaan iptek, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu mengembangkan pusat unggulan penanggulangan stunting berbasis kesehatan ibu dan anak. Dalam pusat unggulan ini, kami menekankan intervensi penanggulangan stunting pada intervensi spesifik berbasis kesehatan ibu dan anak. Kami memfasilitasi ibu-ibu dalam mengembangkan pengetahuan agar dapat meningkatkan kualitas makanan yang dikonsumsi.
Pusat unggulan Iptek Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu berkomitmen untuk mewujudkan Center of Excellence penanggulangan stunting berbasis kesehatan ibu dan anak. Kami percaya bahwa Puipk Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu dapat mendukung pemerintah penanggulangan stunting di Indonesia pada umumnya dan Provinsi Bengkulu pada khususnya. Komitmen ini tertuang dalam pelaksanaan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi yang didukung oleh 6 jurusan. Jurusan keperawatan, mengoptimalisasi kesehatan ibu dan bayi yang dapat membantu stimulasi tumbuh kembang dalam penanggulangan stunting. Jurusan kebidanan, meningkatkan kesehatan ibu hamil, bayi baru lahir, dan remaja putri dalam penanggulangan stunting. Jurusan gizi, mengembangkan potensi produk makanan untuk menjamin kesehatan dan gizi dalam penanggulangan stunting. Jurusan counseling, berupa optimalisasi penyediaan air bersih dan sarana sanitasi lingkungan dalam penanggulangan stunting. Jurusan analis kesehatan berperan aktif pada pemeriksaan tri-eliminasi dalam upaya penanggulangan stunting dan peningkatan pemanfaatan sumber daya alam dalam upaya penanggulangan stunting. Jurusan promosi kesehatan, pemberian promosi kesehatan melalui pendidikan KIE, komunikasi, edukasi, informasi dalam upaya penanggulangan stunting. Kami percaya bahwa Puipk Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu dapat mendukung pemerintah dalam upaya penanggulangan stunting di Indonesia pada umumnya dan Provinsi Bengkulu pada khususnya.
Secara berkesinambungan akan melakukan berbagai program kegiatan berdasarkan ruang lingkup Center of Excellence, yaitu penanggulangan stunting berbasis kesehatan ibu dan anak, meliputi kegiatan penelitian, kegiatan pengabdian masyarakat, dan support sistem dalam mencapai rencana-rencana strategis yang ingin dicapai. Sasaran strategis yang telah dan sedang dilakukan saat ini adalah mengoptimalkan berbagai riset dari berbagai sumber dana hibah, melaksanakan rekrutmen topik-topik penelitian, serta penerapan langsung kepada pengabdian masyarakat. Optimalisasi jejaring kerjasama dalam dan luar negeri terus kami tingkatkan dalam upaya melakukan penguatan kelembagaan, baik dukungan sektor pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, provinsi maupun kabupaten, dan lintas sektoral sebagai perwujudan akademisi mitra dalam meningkatkan keberhasilan intervensi sensitif dan intervensi spesifik dalam penanggulangan stunting.
Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu juga memiliki sarana dan prasarana yang menunjang kegiatan. Guest House Training Center, perpustakaan, laboratorium terpadu kebidanan, keperawatan, gizi, teknologi laboratorium medis, farmasi, kesehatan lingkungan, promosi kesehatan, laboratorium bahasa dan multimedia, serta laboratorium komputer. Memiliki kerjasama lahan praktik berupa MOU dan MOA tingkat internasional 6 institusi, yaitu Emilio Equinaldo College, Escolar University, Malacca Medical Center Malaysia, Siamio Repcon, Legal University College, Purupa University Thailand. Kerjasama tingkat nasional dan lokal 145 institusi dalam negeri. Berdasarkan capaian tersebut, maka disadari akan pentingnya keberadaan suatu organisasi COE Center of Excellence atau Pusat Unggulan Iptek yang menaungi aktivitas yang berkaitan dengan upaya penanggulangan stunting berbasis kesehatan ibu dan anak. maka diharapkan akan terjadi peningkatan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta akan menghasilkan produk penelitian yang dipublikasi pada jurnal internasional bereputasi dan nasional terakreditasi.
Bengkulu is a province in the southwest of Sumatra Island. Nature, culture, and history become one, and it known as Bumi Rafflesia. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Bengkulu was established on April 16, 2001. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is ready to be an excellent health college that provides professional health workers and lead to global in 2025. Our alumni have worked domestic and abroad that spread in Japan for 63 people, Taiwan 20 people, Bengkulu is a province in the southwest of Sumatra Island. Nature, culture, and history become one, and it known as Bumi Rafflesia. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Bengkulu was established on April 16, 2001. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is ready to be an excellent health college that provides professional health workers and lead to global in 2025. Our alumni have worked domestic and abroad that spread in Japan for 63 people, Taiwan 20 people, Saudi Arabia 2 people, and Germany 1 person. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is one of the excellent state health colleges in Bengkulu province. The main campus is addressed at Jalan Indragiri, number 3, Padang Harapan, Kota Bengkulu. Meanwhile, Campus B Curug is addressed at Jalan Sabta Marga, number 95, Teladan Village, Rejang Lebong, Regency. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is equipped with the complete and modern campus facilities to support the learning process, including the training center building has more than 2,000 meter square areas with a hall that provides 500 seats and a comfortable inn. Auditorium has more than 3,000 meter square areas that provides 1,500 people that used as a multi-purpose building for both internal and external activities of Poltek lecture buildings. Integrated laboratory consists of laboratory department of nursing, midwife, nutrition, health analyst with adequate campus equipment. Campus gazebo with 128 meter square areas used for student discussion place. Tarbiyatisi Mosque has 457 meter square areas for 500 people with an open room design. Sport facilities. Unit of language development with internet connection and 44 computers unit for computer-based tests and online TOEFL tests. A comfortable library, the selfie corner and selayang anti-korupsi corner. Unit of Information Technology that provides computer-based tests with 145 computers unit. Home theater that is used for audiovisual learning activities to all departments. Currently, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu has been accredited by BAN PT with predicate B, and it has 6 majors and 14 study programs that already accredited by LAM PTKes.
Percayakan pendidikan putra putri Anda untuk menjadi tenaga kesehatan profesional bersama Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu.
Siap, kaku.
Berkualitas. Polkeslu.
Manusia.
Bengkulu is a province in the southwest of Sumatra Island. Nature, culture, and history become one, and it known as Bumi Rafflesia. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Bengkulu was established on April 16, 2001. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is ready to be an excellent health college that provides professional health workers and lead to global in 2025. Our alumni have worked domestic and abroad that spread in Japan for 63 people, Taiwan 20 people, Saudi Arabia 2 people, and Germany 1 person. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is one of the excellent state-held colleges in Bengkulu Province. The main campus is addressed at Jalan Indragiri, number 3, Padang Harapan, Kota Bengkulu. Meanwhile, Campus B Curug is addressed at Jalan Sabta Marga, number 95, Teladan Village, Rejang Lebong, Regency. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is equipped with the complete and modern campus facilities to support the learning process, including the training center building has more than 2,000 square areas with a hall that provides 500 seats and a comfortable inn. Auditorium has more than 3,000 square areas that provides 1,500 people that used as a multi-purpose building for both internal and external activities of Poltek lecture buildings. Integrated laboratory consists of laboratory department of nursing, midwife, nutrition, health analyst with adequate campus equipment. Campus gazebo with 128 square areas used for student discussion place. Tarbiyati Sihab Mosque has 457 square areas for 500 people with an open room design. Port facilities. Unit of Language Development with Internet connection and 44 computers unit for computer-based tests and online TOEFL tests. A comfortable library with selfie corner and Selayang Anti-Korupsi corner. Unit of Information Technology that provides computer-based tests with 145 computers unit. Home theater that is used for audiovisual learning activities to all departments. Currently, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu has been accredited by BAN PT with predicate B, and it has 6 majors and 14 study programs that are already accredited by LAM PTKes.
Percayakan pendidikan putra putri Anda untuk menjadi tenaga kesehatan profesional bersama Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu.
Siap, kamu.
Berkualitas. Polkeslu.
Berdunia.
Pembangunan suatu negara selaras pemanfaatan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan seni. Penguasaan dan pemanfaatan iptek akan dapat meningkatkan daya saing bangsa melalui pengelolaan sumber daya yang dimiliki secara efektif dan efisien. Pusat unggulan iptek di Poltekkes Kemenkes memiliki peran penting dalam mendukung penguatan Tridharma perguruan tinggi dalam kegiatan dan tindakan nyata untuk kepentingan penguatan daya saing bangsa serta inovasi produk. Sebagai upaya mendukung Kementerian Kesehatan untuk memperkuat kelembagaan iptek, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu mengembangkan pusat unggulan penanggulangan stunting berbasis kesehatan ibu dan anak. Dalam pusat unggulan ini, kami menekankan intervensi penanggulangan stunting pada intervensi spesifik berbasis kesehatan ibu dan anak. Kami memfasilitasi ibu-ibu dalam mengembangkan pengetahuan agar dapat meningkatkan kualitas makanan yang dikonsumsi.
Pusat unggulan iptek Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu berkomitmen untuk mewujudkan Center of Excellence penanggulangan stunting berbasis kesehatan ibu dan anak. Kami percaya bahwa Puipk Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu dapat mendukung pemerintah dalam upaya penanggulangan stunting di Indonesia pada umumnya dan Provinsi Bengkulu pada khususnya. Komitmen ini tertuang dalam pelaksanaan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi yang didukung oleh 6 jurusan. Jurusan keperawatan, mengoptimalisasi kesehatan ibu dan bayi yang dapat membantu stimulasi tumbuh kembang dalam penanggulangan stunting. Jurusan kebidanan, meningkatkan kesehatan ibu hamil, bayi baru lahir, dan remaja putri dalam penanggulangan stunting. Jurusan gizi, mengembangkan potensi produk makanan untuk menjamin kesehatan dan gizi dalam penanggulangan stunting. Jurusan counseling, berupa optimalisasi penyediaan air bersih dan sarana sanitasi lingkungan dalam penanggulangan stunting. Jurusan analis kesehatan berperan aktif pada pemeriksaan trieliminasi dalam upaya penanggulangan stunting dan peningkatan pemanfaatan sumber daya alam dalam upaya penanggulangan stunting. Jurusan promosi kesehatan, pemberian promosi kesehatan melalui pendidikan KIE, komunikasi, edukasi, informasi dalam upaya penanggulangan stunting. Kami percaya bahwa Puipk Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu dapat mendukung pemerintah dalam upaya penanggulangan stunting di Indonesia pada umumnya dan Provinsi Bengkulu pada khususnya.
Secara berkesinambungan akan melakukan berbagai program kegiatan berdasarkan ruang lingkup Center of Excellence, yaitu penanggulangan stunting berbasis kesehatan ibu dan anak, meliputi kegiatan penelitian, kegiatan pengabdian masyarakat, dan support sistem dalam mencapai rencana-rencana strategis yang ingin dicapai. Sasaran strategis yang telah dan sedang dilakukan saat ini adalah mengoptimalkan berbagai riset dari berbagai sumber dana hibah, melaksanakan rekrutmen topik-topik penelitian, serta penerapan langsung kepada pengabdian masyarakat. Optimalisasi jejaring kerjasama dalam dan luar negeri terus kami tingkatkan dalam upaya melakukan penguatan kelembagaan, baik dukungan sektor pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, provinsi maupun kabupaten, dan lintas sektoral sebagai perwujudan akademisi mitra dalam meningkatkan keberhasilan intervensi sensitif dan intervensi spesifik dalam penanggulangan stunting.
Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu juga memiliki sarana dan prasarana yang menunjang kegiatan. Guest House Training Center, perpustakaan, laboratorium terpadu kebidanan, keperawatan, gizi, teknologi laboratorium medis, farmasi, kesehatan lingkungan, promosi kesehatan, laboratorium bahasa dan multimedia, serta laboratorium komputer. Memiliki kerjasama lahan praktik berupa MOU dan MOA tingkat internasional 6 institusi, yaitu Emilio Equinaldo College, Escolar University, Malacca Medical Center Malaysia, Siamio Recon, Legal University College, Purupa University Thailand. Kerjasama tingkat nasional dan lokal 145 institusi dalam negeri. Berdasarkan capaian tersebut, maka disadari akan pentingnya keberadaan suatu organisasi COE Center of Excellence atau Pusat Unggulan Iptek yang menaungi aktivitas yang berkaitan dengan upaya penanggulangan stunting berbasis kesehatan ibu dan anak. Maka diharapkan akan terjadi peningkatan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta akan menghasilkan produk penelitian yang dipublikasi pada jurnal internasional bereputasi dan nasional terakreditasi.
Rafflesia. Bengkulu is a province in the southwest of Sumatra Island. Nature, culture, and history become one, and it known as Bumi Rafflesia. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Bengkulu was established on April 16, 2001.
Kan seharusnya Tita.
Ladies and gentlemen, the international seminar will start at 8:30.
Ingatkan di kebiasa untuk SPPD ulangnya otak SPPD sakit ini di Kelabu sakit Kelabu pokoknya nakalabu lah.
Maarap ya obat.
Kami nak mau anak kami aku lagu ni penilaian mana Bunda maligya to na asal Puipk.
Ladies and gentlemen, during this international seminar, I sincerely ask you to mute the microphone to make the seminar more conducive. Thank you.
Cika lagi tuh.
Bengkulu is a province in the southwest of Sumatra Island. Nature, culture, and history become one, and it known as Bumi Rafflesia. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Bengkulu was established on April 16, 2001. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is ready to be an excellent health college that provides professional health workers and lead to global in 2025. Our alumni have worked domestic and abroad that spread in Japan for 63 people, Taiwan 20 people, Saudi Arabia 2 people, and Germany 1 person. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is one of the excellent state health colleges in Bengkulu province. The main campus is addressed at Jalan Indragiri, number 3, Padang Harapan, Kota Bengkulu. Meanwhile, Campus B Curug is addressed at Jalan Sabta Marga, number 95, Teladan Village, Rejang Lebong Regency. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is equipped with the complete and modern campus facilities to support the learning process, including the training center building has more than 2,000 meter square areas with a hall that provides 500 seats and a comfortable inn. Auditorium has more than 3,000 meter square areas that provides 1,500 people that used as a multi-purpose building for both internal and external activities of Poltek lecture buildings. Integrated laboratory consists of laboratory department of nursing, midwife, nutrition, health analyst with adequate campus equipment. Campus gazebo with 128 meter square areas used for student discussion place. Tarbiyati Sihab Mosque has 457 meter square areas for 500 people with an open room design. Sport facilities. Unit of Language Development with Internet connection and 44 computers unit for computer-based tests and online TOEFL tests. A comfortable library, the selfie corner and selayang anti-korupsi corner. Unit of Information Technology that provides computer-based tests with 145 computers unit. Home theater that is used for audiovisual learning activities to all departments. Currently, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu has been accredited by BAN PT with predicate B, and it has 6 majors and 14 study programs that already accredited by LAM PTKes.
Percayakan pendidikan lengkap bagi Anda untuk menjadi tenaga kesehatan profesional bersama Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu.
Siap, kaku.
Berkualitas, Polkeslu.
Bermulia.
Bengkulu is a province in the southwest of Sumatra Island. Nature, culture, and history become one, and it known as Bumi Rafflesia. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Bengkulu was established on April 16, 2001.
Check mic 1 2. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, magandang umaga po to all participants in this virtual room. I am Suci Sartika Putri, as the Master of Ceremony, gladly welcome you to this international seminar held by Center of Excellence Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. Your Excellency, Director General of Health Personnel, Ministry of Health Indonesia, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya MKM, the respectable Director of Health Polytechnic Bengkulu, Ms. Eliana SKM MPH, the honorable or invited speakers today, Professor Dr. Ruzita Abdul Talib from Faculty of Health Science University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Professor Leila Sakdalan Afrika or ND PhD from University of the Philippines Los Banos, Professor Alicia Elopena or NMNN from Philippine Women's University, Dr. Susilo Damerini SKM MPH and Nurse Andra Saferi Wijaya MKEP from Health Polytechnic Bengkulu. The honorable or moderator today, Ms. Rizda Yuliantini, Master of Science, and Ms. Adesis Kavilia, Master of Arts. The honorable, the academicians of Health Polytechnic Bengkulu, and all participants in this virtual room. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, let us say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who gave us mercy and blessing so we can join this virtual international seminar under the theme Stunting Prevention through the utilization of local food, women of reproductive age, information counseling, and childbirth monitoring. Dan salawat and salam to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. I hope that we get his syafaat at Yaumul Akhir. Amin, amin ya rabbal alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, as the opening of this international seminar, let us say Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya, the audiences please be ready in the sitting position. Ladies and gentlemen, to start our event today, let us pray based on our own belief. Pray begins. Enough. The next agenda is the opening speech by the Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu, and also to open this event officially to Ms. Aliana SKM MPH. The screen is yours.
Thanks, Suci. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Your Excellency, Director General of Health Personnel Ministry of Health Indonesia, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya MKM, the respectable our invited speaker from Professor Dr. Ruzita Abdul Talib from Malaysia, Professor Laila Sakdalan Afrika RND from Philippines, Professor Alicia Elovena Emin from Philippines, Dr. Susilo Damarini SKM MPH and Nurse Andrasa Peri Wijaya MKF from Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. The academician of Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu and all beloved participants. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has given us mercy and blessing to attend this international seminar by Puipk Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu virtually in Zoom meeting. Salawat and salam to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam who has brought us from the darkness to the brightness. Hopefully we get his syafaat at Yaumil Akhir. Amin. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, we would like to thank the Director General of Health Personnel and invited speaker from Malaysia, the Philippines, the lecturers of Health Polytechnic Bengkulu, and the seminar participants as well. Then we report to Director General of Health Personnel, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya MKM. This international seminar is the annual event of Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu, which will be followed up by a study program in Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu to be carried out national and international. At this time, we are also preparing for the international conference that will be coming on this November. As the role of Center of Excellence Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu, Puipk, which focus on stunting management based on maternal and child's health. We are actively doing scientific activities as a form of participation in reducing stunting, especially in Bengkulu province. This international seminar with the theme Stunting Prevention through the utilization of local hosts, women of reproductive as information counseling, and child growth monitoring is expected to become a scientific forum for student academics and health personnel on stunting prevention effort. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully this activity can proceed successfully and provide outstanding benefit for all seminar participants and for Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu as well. Ladies and gentlemen, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, this international seminar is officially open. Thank you very much. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ms. Eliana. Ladies and gentlemen, before we going to the main agenda today, as a master of ceremony, I sincerely ask you to open the virtual windows because we will take the pictures together with the invited speakers. The camera ready to take a screenshot? Okay. The first slide, smile. The next slide. The next slide. The next slide. Next. Don't forget to smile with the invited speakers. The next slide. The next slide. Next slide. The 10th slide. The 11th slide. The 12th slide. The 13th slide. The 14th slide. The 15th slide. And the last slide. Thank you so much for the committee and for the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us going to our main agenda today, which is the presentations and the explanations by the invited speakers. And today we have two fabulous moderators. The first is Ms. Rizda Yuliantini, Master of Science, who graduated from Biotechnology, Asia University, Taiwan. And the second one is Ms. Adesiska Vilia, Master of Arts, who graduated from Auckland University of New Zealand. The owner of the first session is Ms. Rizda Yuliantini, Master of Science, who will lead the presentations and explanation of Professor Dr. Rosita Abdul Talib and Professor Leila Sakdalan Africa, RND, PhD. So to Ms. Rizda, the screen is yours.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Excellency Professor Rosita from Malaysia, Excellency Professor Leila from Philippines, ladies and gentlemen. Stunting, as we all know, is a chronic health issue that affected children's ideal growth and development. Numerous factors, including poor feeding habits, low birth weight, poor sanitary practices, and others can contribute to stunting. In Indonesia, the effort to reduce the prevalence of stunting is a government-focused initiative that must be accelerated in order to realize its impact on the future of Indonesian children. At today's seminar, we will learn about these issues from the diverse viewpoints from speakers who are experts in this area. We expect that today's session will give us with a variety of insights, including how the other Southeast Asian countries treat stunting. First, let me now introduce our first speaker. She is my good friend. Her name is Professor Rosita Abdul Talib. She works at the Nutritional Science Program and the Center for Community Health Studies, Faculty Health Science, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Her areas of specialization include nutrition education and promotion, obesity, and community intervention. She has published her research papers in a number of reputable and high-impact journals. And she has also chaired a prestigious research project in the field of nutrition education. And I'm very confident that her presence today will teach us a lot. She will share her experience and challenge as she develops and implements nutrition education initiative to prevent stunting among Malaysian children. Okay, Professor Rizda, the time is yours. Maybe please the committee to unmute.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, Prof.
Okay.
I can hear you clearly.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, Miss Rizda. Okay, to all participants, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everyone. So today I would like to share my presentation. Actually sharing my experience and challenges in development and also implementation of nutrition education for prevention of stunting in Malaysia. So can you all see my slide now? All right.
Yes, Prof.
Okay, thank you. So a little bit introduction of my faculty, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences in University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Actually, we are located in the city center, very nearby to the KLCC Petronas Tower. You can go to the KLCC by walking and also by the free tour bus. So in Faculty of Health Sciences, UKM, we offer about 13 programs. We have undergraduate programs and also postgraduate programs, right? And you can come join us to do research and also to do postgraduate study with our faculty. All right. So as mentioned by Ms. Rizda, stunting is most prevalent now among the children. Based on the report by UNICEF, WHO, World Bank Group, Joint Malnutrition Estimate 2021 edition. Right. So the stunting affected about 22% of the children. Children under 5 years old, okay, as compared to wasting and also overweight, right? Okay, so when we look at the prevalence of percentage of children under 5 affected by stunting, and also the number or millions of children under 5 affected by stunting, we can see in the yellow line, right? That is the stunting percentage or numbers. We can see the number declines steadily from 2000 until 2020, right? So the percentage and the numbers are declined steadily globally, right? Okay, so when we look at the progress toward the sustainable development goals by percentage of population and percentage of countries globally, about half of the world's children live in countries that are off track to achieve one or more of the 2030 SDG targets on child malnutrition. We can see here stunting, the percentage are more than half off track, some progress, no progress, or off track worsening of the percentage and also percentage by countries. All right, so again, towards the progress toward the SDG by percentage of countries globally, only about 1/4 of countries are on track of achieve at least one of the 2030 SDG targets on stunting, right? So when we look at the report, most of the children with malnutrition, particularly stunting, live in Africa and Asia. In 2020, the 3 regions which are of sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, and also East Asia and the Pacific accounted for more than 9 out of 10 children affected by stunting globally. Okay. So when we look at the percentage of children under 5 affected by stunting, still you can refer to the yellow line. By country income classification, we can see the percentage reduced in low income, lower middle income, and also upper middle income countries as compared to higher income countries. Okay, so number of millions children affected by stunting and also overweight. You can see that lower middle income to upper middle income countries, the percentage are reducing now. Okay, so from for example, from this figure, we can see that lower middle income, the percentage reduced about 28.3%, and upper middle income reduced about 49.1%. Okay, compared to the overweight and obesity, the reduction is not so significant. Okay, all right. So when we look at the prevalence, less than half of all children under 5 live in lower middle income countries. But nearly 2/3 of all children with stunting live in these lower middle income countries. About 59% of all children affected by stunting live in lower middle income countries. Okay. Right. So what is definition? As we know that the stunting refers to the stature of the children, of the kids, where refers to a child who is too short for his or her age. Okay? So these children actually can suffer severe irreversible physical and cognitive damage that accompanies stunted growth. And the devastating effects of stunting can last a lifetime and even affect the next generation. Okay, so we determine stunting based on WHO child growth standards with height for age Z-score below and equal to -2 standard deviation. As I mentioned before, a stunted, the child is shorter than normal children. Okay, now we look at, if we focus on stunting prevalence by country in 2020 as reported by JCME 2021 edition. Okay, so what we can see here, the red color or purple color is the countries with prevalence more and equal to 30%. Okay, so we can see here the percentage of the children affected by stunting, higher prevalence in those countries with purple color. Okay, when we compare the prevalence by country from 2000 to 2020, we can see the distribution in year 2000. More countries and many countries are in purple color as compared to in 2020. You can see that the distribution now, many countries in pastel green and also green color. Okay, this is the good news, but we have still have to educate our community, try to prevent stunting. Okay, so when we look at the trends of prevalence, so we can see that the prevalence globally, as I mentioned before, reduced to 22%. Okay, so the prevalence in sub-Saharan Africa and also in Asian countries also reducing. Yeah, and the number of children affected in Africa countries region, the numbers is not reducing, but they are increasing as compared from year 2000 to year 2020. Okay? But in Asia, we can see the numbers of children affected by stunted are reducing. All right. So as we know that the stunting is it's like a whole life cycle of each individual. So it starts with the malnourished mother, and then the malnourished mother deliver underweight baby, continued by stunted children and also malnourished young children. Okay, so as that's why a number of preventive measures are needed, including good antenatal care is very important. Okay, so early identification, appropriate management, referrals, and also documentation of these cases should always be strengthened everywhere. So with that, we hope that all the initiative in all countries can improve rate of exclusive breastfeeding and also improve the prevalence or the complementary feeding practice among the mothers, especially young couples, because we know that the stunting is affect the whole life cycle, starting from malnourished mother. Okay, so the complication of stunting, what happens if we are not prevent this case or the prevalence to increase in any countries? Okay? So the short-term problems include impact brain development, which may lead to lower IQ, and also a weakened immune system, which may lead to recurrent infection, which worsening the normal growth. As we know that child mortality, stunted children are 4 times more likely to die as compared to normal children. And also their IQ reduced by 11 points as compared to normal children. In the long term, these stunted children may have a smaller adult stature and lower productivity due to lower IQ and also lower academic performance. And these children also may have an increased risk of becoming overweight and obese adults, which increases the risk of diabetes, cancer, and premature death. Okay, what happened in Malaysia? I would like to share here a prevalence of stunting in Malaysia based on National Health Morbidity Survey 2015. The national prevalence is 13.4%, where the prevalence are more in girls compared to boys. And the prevalence are higher among children aged below 5 years as compared to children aged 10 to 14 years old. And the prevalence are higher in rural area compared to urban areas. Okay. So Malaysia also adapting the Global Nutrition Target 2025, where we know that these global nutrition targets have helped the global community to focus on priority areas in improving the nutritional status of mothers, infants, and also young children. So these efforts must be continued beyond 2025 to reduce the malnutrition in all its forms. Okay, so we know that the indicators of global nutrition target consists of 6 indicators. The first one is to achieve a 40% reduction in the number of children under 5 who are stunted. Okay? And then the second one, achieve a 50% reduction of anemia in women of reproductive age. The third one, achieve 30% reduction in low birth weight. And the fourth, ensure that there is no increase in childhood overweight, which are not happening in Malaysia right now because our prevalence of obesity either in children or adults are increasing now, but it's not so drastic increase. Okay, and then the fifth indicators increase the rate of exclusive breastfeeding in the first 6 months up to at least 50%, and the 6 indicators to reduce and maintain childhood wasting to less than 5%. Okay, so that's why nutrition programs and activities in Malaysia cover all age of groups, from pregnant women, infant, young children to the elderly. And nutrition programs and activities carried out in the country and in Malaysia is mainly to address both under and overnutrition among the population. Okay, so in Malaysia, we have National Plan of Action for Nutrition of Malaysia. The acronym is NPAN. We have 3 series of NPAN, starting from 1996 to 2000, the first one. Where from this NPAN 1, we developed a national nutrition policy in 2005, and we revised the NPAN in 2006, and we implemented it until 2015, and now we are in NPAN 2016 to 2025. Okay? So all National Plan of Action for Nutrition of Malaysia to combat both under and overnutrition problems. Okay, so what are the achievement of NPEN 2, which finished in 2015? Okay, so based on this table on your right, table 1, improving breastfeeding and complementary feeding, which also target to reduce the prevalence of stunting in Malaysia. We can see all the indicators. For example, the first one, percentage of newborn babies initiate breastfeeding, okay, and then prevalence of exclusive breastfeeding for 4 months, timely introduction to complementary foods, percentage of babies who receive food from 4 or more food groups, achieve above targets. But the prevalence of exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months below than 50% achievement of the target. However, unfortunately, the target to reduce protein energy malnutrition is not achieved more than 50% of the target. That's why we can see here the prevalence, the achievement to reduce the prevalence of stunting are still low in Malaysia. That's why we have a new national plan of action and nutrition of Malaysia, the third one, implemented from 2016 until 2025. So the goal of this NPEN 3 is toward achieving optimal nutrition and well-being of Malaysians. So give the foundation strategies where incorporate nutrition objective consideration and components into national development policies and also action plans. So we have 3 main objectives of this NPEN 3 of Malaysia. The first one, to enhance nutritional status, and then to strengthen food and nutrition security, and also to reduce diet-related non-communicable diseases. Okay, so the enabling strategies, we have 6 enabling strategies, including promoting maternal, infant, and young child nutrition, promoting healthy eating and active living, preventing and controlling nutritional deficiencies, preventing and controlling obesity and other diet-related NCDs, and sustaining food system to promote healthy diets, and also supporting effort to promote food safety and quality. Okay, so the facilitating strategies, we are providing the Ministry of Health providing standard nutrition guideline for targeted group. In Malaysia, we have a Malaysian dietary guideline for adults, for children and adolescents. And now we are establishing for pregnant mother, for vegetarian, and also for elderly. And we also have facilitating strategies include continuous assessment and monitoring of the nutrition situation in the community, strengthening food and nutrition research and development. We have a technical working group who specifically look into all facilitating strategies. Other than that, we have facilitating strategies to ensure sufficient number of qualified nutritionists and dietitian, and lastly, strengthening institutional and community capacity for nutrition. So the indicators for this NPEN 3, the first one is promoting maternal, infant, and young child nutrition, promoting healthy eating and active life, preventing and controlling the nutritional deficiency, and preventing and controlling obesity and other diet-related NCDs. Right. Okay, so now I move into a program that address the problem of stunted infants and children in Malaysia. This program named BUS. The BUS is the acronym of Bertenaga, Active, Sehat and Sejahtera. Energetic, active, healthy, and wellness. So this is the program which funded by Ministry of Health and Nutrition Division, and I lead this program in UKM. So the BUS program, the objective is to empower the family to change their behavior so that can to prevent the stunting problems among the children. As I mentioned, this program is part of a program Anak Malaysia Sehat funded by Nutrition Division, Ministry of Health Malaysia. We focus in a low-cost housing area in Kuala Lumpur, where most of the residences are low-income group. So we specifically target the family, which is young couples, and also family with children aged 17 and below. Okay, so strategy and delivery of BUS program, we use the WhatsApp application to communicate with the participant or the respondent, and also we use other social medias, for example Facebook and also Instagram, to disseminate all the information about each program. Okay, so in general, the program were implemented in 3 phases. Okay, in phase 1, we give them all the questionnaire together. Also in the phase 3 for the baseline and post-intervention assessment. And phase 2 is implementation of online program, which include infographic, webinar, quizzes, and WhatsApp application if they have any question about the packages. Okay, this is the example of intervention program for young couples where we implement in 3 months or about 12 weeks about the intervention. So all the component of the education package is based on the findings from the need assessment that we did to the respondent. So this is the example of topics. For example, in July, we introduced them about what is stunting and the first 1,000 days of life, and also healthy eating in a family, and also we give them a healthy recipe for the family. Okay? And then we also give them information or educational material about breastfeeding and infant formula, and how to measure weight and height of their children and also themselves. In the September 2021, we give them education about complementary feedings, healthy recipe for complementary feedings, and also how to monitor their children growth, and also how to control their health, especially their blood pressure, particularly the parents or the couples, right? So we do the pre-intervention assessment and also post-intervention assessment. Okay. Intervention program of family with children aged 17 and below are slightly different from the young couple, where we focus on a module with sugar sweetened beverages, because based on the need assessment, we found that the adolescent, the children, young children, they like to drink sugar sweetened beverages, and they eat less fruits and veggie. They do less activity physical, and they don't know what is the health status. So that's why the module or the educational package for this group is quite different from the young couple. As in the young couple intervention, we do pre-intervention and also intervention and post-intervention assessment. Okay, so this is the example of educational modules in a family with children below 17. So we have 9 infographics. The first one, this is the first one, jumlah gula yang disarankan dalam sehari. We teach them what are the recommendation, and then types of sugar in sweet beverages. Okay, how much of sugar in that beverages, and also we motivate them. Think again. Think either they need to drink the sweet beverages or not. And also we encourage them to drink plain water. On top of that, okay, we also give them some information about milk as a nutrient and energy sources for the young children. Okay, this is an example of education modules. Also include 9 infographic, where we introduce them what is activity, physical activity, what exercise, what type of activity physical, and what are the recommendation, what are the suitable attire to use when they do the activity, physical or exercise, and tip for safety during exercise, and also pyramid for physical activity. Right, and then we also give example 6 simple exercise that they can do at home, and also how to be active with the family, and how to avoid health sedentary lifestyle. Okay, as I mentioned also, we conducted at least one webinar for each group. Okay, for the family with children below 17, we conducted a webinar about healthy lifestyle. The theme is selangkah ke arah hidup sehat. Okay, so we do the webinar, and one of the expert, myself, and also another expert is the physical activity expert during the webinar. Okay, so what is the outcome of this? What we can see here among the young couples, right? Okay, so the young couple, the knowledge about stunting increased significantly at post-intervention as compared to baseline, and also compared to control group. Okay. And knowledge about 1,000 days of first 1,000 days of life also increase. Their attitude and practice also increase, but the breastfeeding knowledge and attitude toward breastfeeding is not is not significantly different between control and also intervention group. And complementary feedings, there's no changes in both group, either at pre or post intervention. And pemakanan sehat and pemeriksaan kesihatan or healthy eating and health checkup, the knowledge increase, the attitude and also the practice increase from baseline, and also when we compare to control and also intervention group. Okay, so outcome changes of KAP among family members, among family with children aged 17 and below. Okay, so knowledge about sweet drink or sweet beverages and also about milk increase from baseline to post intervention, and also the knowledge at post intervention different from intervention and also control group. And their knowledge about their attitude about physical activity also increase and differ significantly between intervention and control group. The knowledge about fruits and vegetable intake also different, improve, attitude also improve. However, the practice is not showed any changes. Okay, pemakanan healthy eating and also health checkup improve significantly in terms of KAP, knowledge, attitude, and practice. Okay. So, what are the challenges actually when we implemented this program? Among the young couples, we found that target group are still not able to fully understand about stunting, about exclusive breastfeeding, and also complementary food for baby. Okay, and we see that no changes on attitude and practice of complementary food. Okay, for the family with children aged below 17 years old, we also found that the target group are still not able to fully understand about physical activity. What are the benefits for them to do physical activity? And the target group are not practicing fruits and vegetables intake, even though their knowledge and attitude improves at the post-intervention. As overall, the challenges, the first one, lack of intersectoral and multi-stakeholder coordination. Okay, so we are trying to try to collaborate with the industries so that they can ensure the sustainability, they can help the community to sustain all the improvement that we get from our program. Okay. The second one is financial shortfall and lack of sustainable financial commitment. So this program, the BUS program, is based on the financial support from Ministry of Health. So we hope that after we completed the technical report, the NGO or industries can assist us to sustain the program. The third one, the challenges are lack of capacity. Okay, when we go to the community, there are not enough manpower to sustain the program among them. We also in the university, we have our own agenda or our own indicators to do in university. So we lack of capacity, especially manpower and financial support to sustain the program, and lack of monitoring and evaluation to see either the program is sustained after we completed the program. All right, so we have to move on. So the stunting prevalence, we know that are increasing everywhere, in Malaysia particularly. So we feel that more outreach activities to address this need to be identified. And we cannot only focus on children from low-income families, but we have to do activities throughout the countries so that we can prevent and control protein energy malnutrition. We can control all the stunting prevalence. Okay, and also massive promotion and dissemination of the related educational materials need to be carried out. And the use of social and mass media as communication medium. As we know that now everybody have a smartphone. So everybody can get all the information from their smartphone. So we have to make use this to promote healthy eating messages to the public and optimize it. And in Malaysia, we find that we feel that greater attention needs to be given to nutrition promotion and intervention in schools, and because the children spend more time at school. All right, with that, thank you very much for your attention. I hope my presentation will give some benefits in terms of how experience how to educate publics in to prevent stunting. Thank you very much. Pass over to you, Ms. Rista.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Rosita, for your extremely interesting speech. Please remain on Zoom, Prof, since there will be a discussion session following the second speaker. For participants, please keep your question to Professor Rosita to deliver on the end of this conversation, or please type in the chat box. Now, please allow me to introduce the second speaker. Her name is Professor Leila Sakdalan Afrika. She is a professor at the Institute of Human Nutrition and Food in the University of Philippines, Los Banos. In addition, she is also a registered nutritionist dietitian. Professor Leila received her doctorate from the Samuel Redfern University of Indonesia, Department of Nutrition. Because she studied in Indonesia, I'm sure Professor Leila is well familiar with Indonesia and also enjoys Indonesian cuisine. Even now, she is still frequently called to speak in Indonesia. And I know last month she just returned from Banyuwangi, Jawa Timur. Professor Leila has been involved in leading prestigious research projects both nationally and internationally. She is also played an important role in the manual development and policy in the Philippines. Okay, in this session, Professor Leila will share about the role of local feeding and children growth monitoring in preventing stunting. Okay, Professor Leila, the time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Is my slide already okay?
Okay, yes, Prof. It's already clear.
Is it moving? I have to check.
Yes, it's moving.
Okay, first and foremost, good morning, everyone. Salamat pagi. So again, my name is Laila Sakdalan Africa, and I'm from the Philippines. And thank you very much for the kind introduction. Thank you very much for inviting me in this wonderful international seminar. So it is really a pleasure to discuss the role of local food feeding and child growth monitoring to prevent stunting. I think I would like to acknowledge the previous presenter from Malaysia, which made my presentation a little bit which made my presentation easier because she already explained to us the complexities of stunting. I will just add some information, and this is the outline of my presentation. And then I would like to present the evidences why is it particularly on preventing stunting through the use of nutrition care process. Because right now, a nutrition care process is not only used at the hospital setting, it is now also used, it's becoming popular in the use, particularly in community nutrition. So this is my outline of presentation, and let me begin with the definition. Again, Ibu already mentioned about stunting, but let me further explain that being too short for one's age indicates undernutrition, and usually there will be problem. Okay, there will be problem in terms of the development to reach their full potential. That's the reason why we really want to address stunting. Aside from that, as you may have known, the stunting is one of the only types of undernutrition. There are several forms of malnutrition. And right now, we are being bombarded not only by the double burden, but the triple burden of malnutrition all over the world. So sometimes if we have resources, we have to prioritize which are we going to use, which are we going to prioritize in terms of our problem. And again, stunting is just one of the types of undernutrition. And let me share with you that, for example, in Indonesia, I think stunting is being addressed greatly, and as you may have known, maybe you've noted this already. From 2013, the prevalence of stunting is from 38%. In 2018, it became 31%. Similarly, in the Philippines, we have a 3-point reduction of stunting from 33% in 2015 to 30% in 2018. We are now conducting our national nutrition survey again to check whether to check the effect of COVID-19 in the stunting prevalence in the Philippines. So these are some of the prevalences, and I think we all know for a fact that stunting is really a huge problem, not only in our country, but also in other parts of the world. Okay, so again, I will specify also that we are addressing stunting because it does not only reduce cognitive development, okay? It does not only cause a higher chance of morbidity and mortality, but at the same time, the productivity of individuals who have stunted. It really it's affecting the productivity of our nation, the productivity of our population. If we have 30% impact of stunting, definitely it will really affect the productivity of a country to move forward. And based on the Global Nutrition Report in 2021, the financial cost of addressing malnutrition is really rising, not only for child stunting, but all the other problem of wasting, poor breastfeeding practices, and of course, anemia. So we are spending too much now, but in the later years, if we do not do the proper interventions, the financial cost will still be rising. Okay, but again, if we invest in nutrition, definitely it will really the gains are far better. But the essence of addressing undernutrition, particularly stunting, is really on prevention. And prevention could be part and parcel of our nutrition care. If we talk about nutrition care, this is an organized group of activities allowing the identification of nutritional needs and provision of care to meet these needs. So if we're talking about nutrition care process, actually before nutrition care process is being used in the hospital, but again, as I've mentioned, it's getting popular now in community nutrition because nutrition care process is also the systematic problem-solving method that dietetics professionals use to critically think and make decisions to address nutrition-related problems and provide safe and effective quality care. So that means it's really applicable when we address stunting in our community. Okay, so when we have to overcome stunting through the nutrition care process, definitely we have to follow through. We have to follow the process of understanding ADIME. What is ADIME? Understanding ADIME means nutrition assessment, nutrition diagnosis, nutrition intervention, and the nutrition monitoring and evaluation. So these are the full aspects of the nutrition care process, and we have to adopt this if we are going to address the problem of stunting. Okay, so for example, if we have to address stunting, definitely we have to assess the nutrition situation based on height or length measurement, for particularly length measurement for less than 2 years old, height measurement for 2 years old and above, and again, including the age and the sex to assess the nutritional status using height for age or length for age. And then, of course, we have to assess, we have to diagnose why and when growth faltering happens. What are the causes of stunting in our community? Okay. And then, of course, after that, we have to address these problems through our nutrition intervention. How? Through prevention, through treatment or management. And of course, checking if our intervention is working through monitoring and evaluation. Okay, if stunting is being reduced, what are the facilitating factors? And if the stunting is not stunting intervention are not working, why? What are the problems? Okay. Again, if we're going to understand stunting, you have to use the nutritional assessment, nutrition diagnosis, nutrition intervention, and of course, nutrition monitoring and evaluation, or ADIME for short. Okay. Now, if we are going to diagnose, again, the complexities of stunting is really, sometimes it's quite difficult to understand. Okay, the stunting complexities. Why? Because there are different contexts. Each area, each place, each local government unit has its own contextual factors or contextual determinants of child stunting. Okay, for example, this publication is from Bill Tumalowicz, Sotrisna, Iswardi, and Newfield in 2018. They provided us the determinants of child stunting in Indonesia. And as you can see here, it's compartmentalized according to maternal, according to home environment, poor quality of food, inadequate practices, food and water safety, inadequate practices, and you also have the clinical and subclinical infection. And there are also the contextual factors, which include what? The political economy, the health and healthcare system, the education system, the society and culture, agriculture and food system, and of course, you have the environmental sanitation. So this, again, as you can see, the determinants of child stunting is quite complex. And the contextual factors depends from one area to another. So when we diagnose stunting, it must be contextualized on where we are coming from. Okay. Now, another example is children at higher risk of stunting and anemia in urban poor areas compared to children in urban non-poor areas. So this, what is this telling? What is the message of this publication to us? Stunting is related to economics. Okay, stunting is related to the economy of a particular area, of a particular location. So that means if we are going to intervene, definitely we have to also check. We will not only provide intervention, but again, we have to check the context on where we are coming from. So if we are going to check the determinants, some determinants are quite easy to address or is easier to address, but there are also determinants which is quite difficult to address, and it takes a generation for us to be able to address that problem. Even from Malaysia presented us that adolescents have a greater part in stunting prevention. Why? Because adolescents will be the next parents, okay? The next parents of the future generation. So we also have to intervene, particularly in this group of population. What else? What are the other determinants in terms of child stunting in Indonesia? There's lots of evidence for low education, society and culture, agriculture and food system, and water, sanitation, environment, contribution to child stunting. So if there's lack evidence, so does that mean that these are not determinants of child stunting? And if there are evidence gaps in terms of inherent limitations of the WHO contextual framework, which prohibited understanding of the causal pathways between individual stunting and determinants. Again, we're talking about research. Sometimes the design of the research has limitations, because most of the studies, but why do you think there's lack of evidence, for example, for low education, for food system? Why do you think there's lack of evidence in terms of stunting? It is because most of our studies are what? Are using relational or associative or correlational studies. And some of these researches have limitations, okay? But there are also some studies which already conducted in Indonesia, for example, the path analysis for factors explaining the child severe stunting in Indonesia. And from this analysis, actually this is from my friend from Simayorek Farm, she do the path analysis and claimed that the maternal IFA consumption has also a direct effect on child severe stunting. So that means as the mother's nutritional status has also a direct effect on the child severe stunting, particularly using this path analysis or based on the result of this path analysis. Other factors included what? The residences, the child's age, the wealth index, what else? And the completeness of immunization. Again, the complexities of stunting is really, there are so many factors that could affect stunting. And again, using this path analysis, there's a direct pathway from maternal IFA to severe child stunting. What else? Complementary feeding, okay? Poor complementary feeding practices has 1.84 times higher risk of stunting. So I think we have been provided with a very good evidences that we must really improve not only breastfeeding promotion, but definitely more on complementary feeding practices. This has been shown to us as early as 2010. So this is how growth faltering happens, and using the height for age Z-score, height or growth faltering happens in the first 24 months of life. That's the reason why we have the first 1,000 days initiative, right? Because we have been the research community or the nutrition community have been providing us with evidences that we must address stunting as early as possible. Okay, and I am now go to one of the topics of my presentation, which is the role of child growth monitoring to prevent stunting. Okay, so what do we mean by growth monitoring and promotion? So there are four activities or four main activities. The first one is the measurement or regular recording of weight, okay, sometimes height, and head or muwak or mid-upper arm circumference during the visits to healthcare or the rural health unit in the Philippines, if we're talking about it. It should be for over 3 months. There should be at least 3 months in a row that the child was measured. Then the next one is converting these measurements into weight for age, height for age, or weight for height, the indicators for nutritional status for child nutritional status, and plotting it against age, weight against age, or weight against height in a child growth chart. This is as an example of the child growth chart. The next one is the analysis or interpreting the growth chart. So you have we have the following picture. It could be flat, or it could be faltering, or it could be going up, or over the top growth. So these are the assessment. This feature or of the growth chart could be used to analyze the growth pattern of a child. Okay, if we're talking about growth monitoring and the child, we are not talking about the whole population. It is really child growth monitoring per child, and we need to address what should we do if we have this flat line. What should we do if we have this growth faltering? So that will be the action. And right now, the potential pathways on the impact of growth monitoring and promotion are the following. Actually, right now, there's an ongoing meta-analysis on the role of child growth monitoring and promotion to prevent stunting. And as you can see here, the mediating pathway include the early detection of growth faltering and recommendation, the opportunity to deliver counseling, the increased contact with the health services. So these are the mediating pathway, but the direct effects is what? On the improved anthropometric indicators, increased feeding practices, increased utilization of health services, and the improved nutrition as impact. And the overall impact is really more on the reduction of mortality. Okay. Again, this is the potential pathways on the impacts of growth monitoring and promotion. So why do we have to do growth monitoring and promotion? Because we really want to know if the child's growth is or are faltering, okay? So that we could address immediately. We could address the problem immediately. If there's growth faltering, what will happen? So again, as I've mentioned, this is an ongoing project, the impact of growth monitoring and promotion on health indicators in child under 5 years of age in low and middle income countries. So this is really to evaluate the role of GMP in identifying and addressing faltering growth, improving infant and young child feeding practices, and promoting contact and use of health services in children under 5 years and living in the community in low and middle income countries. Again, these are on an ongoing project, an ongoing research project, and this is submitted in Cochrane. And the other one is the evaluation context. Again, as I've mentioned, sometimes the results or the evaluation depends on the context. So this is a systematic review on stunting intervention in locus area. Okay, so this study shows that the context of intervention should be in line. Okay, if we're going to have intervention on stunting, it must be in line on infant feeding. It should be in line with vitamin A supplementation and iron folic acid supplementation, particularly for mothers, infectious disease treatment, promotion of growth monitoring, and here it shows 100%. What else? The integrated management of child illnesses, it's 55%, and food security is 81%. And if you can see here further, the mechanism of intervention delivery, it should be by political commitment and multi-sectoral approach. Okay? And just like Adi May, the steps in the mechanism should be from assessment, diagnosis, intervention, monitoring, and evaluation. This was published in 2021 that shows the context of addressing stunting should be within the scope of this interventions, okay, including governance, political commitment, and intersectoral collaboration. So if we are talking about nutrition intervention, if you're going to address nutrition intervention, I already mentioned about the food, the growth monitoring and promotion. So if we are going to use, for example, the local food as an intervention, so definitely we must look into the first 1,000 days of life. Nutrition now matters forever. So that should be our mantra. Nutrition now matters forever. Okay. So if we're going to treat or prevent stunting through our local food, how? So it could be from the mother during pregnancy, and it should be during infant and young child feeding, improving the infant and young child feeding practices, particularly breastfeeding and complementary feeding practices. So do we have evidences to show that if we can prevent stunting through our local food? Okay, the first one is a study, a meta-analysis of randomized trials on the effect of animal protein supplementation, okay, to mothers, preterm infants, and term infants on growth outcomes in childhood. Okay, based on this study, supplementation of protein from animal source foods generally increased weight and weight for length in children, but with more limited effects on other growth outcomes, such as attained height. So increasing the intake of animal protein, okay, has an effect on weight, but very limited on attained weight based on this meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials. Why do you think we have this problem? Because if we really want to use protein as a bodybuilding nutrient, we must make sure that that the energy intake of the person we are providing supplement should be enough, or else the protein from the animal protein from the supplementation, if the energy intake of those individuals are not enough, definitely the animal protein will only be converted into what? Into a source of energy. So if we have to have a supplementation, definitely we have to have enough energy intake prior to have enough animal protein intake, okay? Or else the animal protein will just be converted into energy source if we don't have enough energy food in the diet provided to our mothers, or to our would-be mothers, or to our children. Okay, what else? Reducing stunting by improving maternal, infant, and young child nutrition in regions such as South Asia. What are the evidence, challenges, and opportunities? So this is an example of our research with options for improving diets, particularly in the first 1,000 days, including dietary diversification, increased intake of nutrient food, improving of complementary feeding practices, micronutrient supplements, and fortified food products, especially for a particular age group in the first 1,000 days of life. But what happened? Evidence from these intervention trials indicates that several of these strategies, both prenatal and postnatal, can have, it's not yet direct, okay, can have a positive impact on child growth. However, there's a considerable heterogeneity of growth response to such interventions. Again, when looking at the meta-analysis, when looking at systematic analysis of different interventions, they're usually a contextual factors. Okay, what else? So this is an example. This is another intervention which use local food. Particularly if we have to move forward in evaluating effectiveness of programs. So this intervention, okay, they mentioned the author mentioned that the intervention has beneficial effects on child weight for length disease score, okay, on arm circumference, dietary diversity, hand washing behaviors, morbidity in the full sample, okay, in this study. But there was no impact on length for age, Z-scores, or stunting. Okay, and the non-significant 6 percentage point reduction, although there's a non-significant 6 percentage point reduction in the prevalence of stunting. So there's reduction, but there's not enough. Okay, it's not significant if we're going to look at this study by Catherine G. Dewey. And aside from that, if we're looking at the lipid-based nutrient supplementation and child growth, so this is a promising promising intervention, although the lipid-based nutrient supplementation is not quite, although this is an imported product, but this one, the small quantity lipid-based nutrient supplementation, decreased stunting by 12%, okay? And looking at these studies, meta-analysis and systematic analysis, other complementary feeding strategies should be added. It's not only enough. It's not only enough that you're providing the food. There should be nutrition counseling to parents or the mothers, provision of complementary food with or without the micronutrient fortification, and of course the provision of lipid-based formulation. So if we're going to provide complementary feeding practices, this should be included in the package, okay? Because programs carefully designed to the needs of the target population can substantially improve growth based on the researches. However, the key challenge is really how to implement high-quality, sustainable programs that are delivered on large scale, because the problem of stunting is quite high. Okay, in the Philippines, we have several projects right now which use the recipe trial. What are these recipe trial? Recipe trial is the assessment of how do the mothers, okay, provide complementary feeding practices to their 6 months to 23 months old. And then from there, food-based recommendation, okay, and recipes, okay. From the assessment of their practices, we have to adjust, okay, we have to tune our feeding, our recommendations based on the practices that we have to address, particularly in improving the overall energy intake of the child, plus the addition of other food items in the diet of the child, or in the complementary food. So as you can see here is our fish dish recipes. Why? Because this project is being implemented in a fishery community, those communities with small-scale fishing practices. And we want to improve the nutrient density of the fish dish recipes in these areas. Hence, we conduct recipe trial. We also have a project in Muslim communities. We also conducted recipe trial and improve the recipes, the food recipes in these Muslim communities. Okay, so these are some of the projects that we're conducting in our university. What else? We also have this kalinga. Kalinga is an alternative food mixture which is made from ground rice, mung bean, and sesame seeds. It's a nutrient-dense flour-like complementary food feed for children, and it's being used not only for as complementary food, but it's also being provided to pregnant and lactating. And in the Philippines, since 2020, we are conducting the Tutok Kainan. This is the preventing stunting during the first 1,000 days. And the aim of this project is to improve the quality and quantity of food and nutrient intakes by providing nutritious food commodities among children 6 to 23 months, so 180 days complementary feeding, supplementary feeding for 6 to 23 months, and 90 days for pregnant women. Again, we talk about tutok kain, that means focus on eating. And right now it's being implemented all over the Philippines, particularly in the poorest areas in the country. And it will be evaluated, I think, this year and next year. And aside from those implementation, as I've mentioned, the problem of stunting is really the complexities of addressing stunting needs also overcoming other causes. And as much as possible, we need to incorporate nutrition in the health system and nutrition in the development. So this is one of the manuals that we developed for what? For the local chief executive, because we need to build blocks for the local nutrition systems in the first 1,000 days with these components. You have the governance, financing, human resource, improvement of human resource, improvement of the information system. What else? Improvement in the resources in terms of technology and vaccines and also medicines, and of course the nutrition service delivery. So these 6 building blocks should be addressed when we implement actions to address stunting, but not only to address stunting, but to address malnutrition in general. Okay, what else? Addressing the other causes is really the transformation of our food system. As I've mentioned, we need to transform our food system in such a way that it will be what? Poor friendly, particularly for those who are economically displaced or economically in hardship situation. So when you talk about overcoming stunting through the community, we can use the nutrition care process. Okay, we need to strengthen our capacity, particularly in the growth monitoring and promotion. Right now, the growth, there's also the quality problems in terms of the growth monitoring and promotion. And in the Philippines, we are addressing that through the different aspect of capacity building at the same time, the inventory and addressing the inventory of resources and addressing the problems in terms of the resources and to address the quality and the quality aspect of anthropometric measurements. What else? The use of local food requires, of course, assessment of stunting prevalence and causes, diagnosing the root causes of stunting, the implementing of intervention using local food, which include diversification, fortification or biofortification of staple foods. Also have supplementation with multiple micronutrients, particularly for mothers. What else? We need to measure outcomes. We need to have regular growth monitoring and promotion and complementary feeding programs designed to the needs of the target population. And there's plenty of food. Too much of it is going to feed being wasted. So we must also be a sustainable diner if we're talking about if we really want to also solve the problem of stunting. Okay, so these are some of my references I used for this presentation, and I would like to thank everyone again for listening. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Leila. Thank you for your extremely interesting speech. Okay, from the speech of 2 speakers, we know that the problem of stunting is the common health issue faced by almost all countries with varied prevalence. And this is closely related to the economic background. And Malaysia and Philippines have their own strategy and priority in dealing with this issue, and we can share and discuss about this. Okay, friends, here have probably stored a lot of questions for our 2 speakers. I shall begin the first term of our discussion session with 3 questions. Please introduce yourself first, name, which institution or department, and to whom is the question addressed. Okay. Maybe the participant that want to ask our speaker can raise hand. Okay, we give the opportunity to Mr. Tony. Pak Tony, the time is yours.
Thank you for this opportunity. It is a great, I would like to ask you, for the second speaker, the professor from Philippines, You hear me?
Yes.
Yes, it is a great presentation, but I'm still curious about growth, especially children from 0 to 5 years, especially the children starting from the 2 years till 5 years. It is very difficult to boost their high. So based on your experience and your knowledge regarding to this matter, how could you do that in order to catch up the growth? It is very important. It also happened in Indonesia. Would you like to give a kind of solution to overcome this problem? Thank you.
Actually, if I'm going to be frank in addressing that problem, it is really to prevent stunting as early as possible.
That's right.
Because
it is easy to prevent.
Once the child at 2 years old, 2, 3, 4 is already stunted, it will be quite difficult to address.
Yes,
if we
that's
are
right.
going to address the problem, again, it's really to improve the food intake, not only the bodybuilding portion intake, but also the overall energy intake. Why? Because the energy intake must suffice for the energy needs of a growing child. A growing child is very active, right? So the energy giving food must be enough, such that the bodybuilding food, if it's going to be added in the food intake, will be used for growth and development. Because if the food intake is lacking, or the overall energy intake is quite low, or it's not enough, definitely the intake from bodybuilding from protein sources will only be converted into energy source. So it will not depict the purpose of bodybuilding. It will be converted into as energy source. So again, if we're going to intervene, is really improving the overall energy intake of the child, plus additional bodybuilding. Actually, the bodybuilding, and particularly the protein intake, it's not really it's not too much, right? I think we have only 30 grams of meat or a fish, particularly in one meal. But again, providing enough energy, food from energy, or energy food, will really be effective for them. Aside from, of course, addressing the problem of the bodybuilding, and of course we also need the vitamins and minerals, so that these macronutrients will be used accordingly by the body. Actually, it's really the balanced diet, but providing the ample amount and quality of food for this 2 to 5 years old. Again, for me, we must prevent as early as possible. If we could prevent as early as adolescence, it will be much better. Thank you. I hope I answer your question.
Okay. Let me give a comment with your information. If we increase just as much as calorie, it could be increase just the weight, not for the high. Yeah. So even though we have to realize that our nation or our population is a low-income community, is one aspect should be concerned. Thank you.
Do I have to answer
Thank you.
that?
Okay, thank you, Pak Tony, for the questions. Okay, we go to the other question here. We already have other participant that already raised hand. Maybe Pak Ahmad Yusuf.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity and chance and time.
Oke, silakan Pak.
Masuk ke grup nggak, Bang?
Yes, I'd like to ask a question
Awal
to Professor Rosita and Professor Laila. For the first time, I'd like to ask to Professor Rosita. I have two questions. For the first question is, how does the Malaysian government handle stunting cases in remote or ultra areas? And the second question could be, how does the Malaysian government invite the private sectors to work together to tackle or prevent stunting? Yeah, the two question is for Professor Gita, and I have one question to Professor Laila. Speaking of the local food feeding, how's about to the areas or islands that have limited natural resources as food ingredients? Thank you very much.
Okay, Pak Ahmad, could you please reply again your question for the second question for Professor Rosita, because it's not clearly enough, I think.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. How does the Malaysian government invite the private sectors to work together to tackle or prevent stunting?
Okay, got it. Okay, maybe Professor Rosita can answer the first question. Maybe the first is about how to handling stunting in the remote areas in Malaysia, and how the private or the for the private sector or the government sector cooperate to handling this stunting in Malaysia.
Okay, correct. Thank you, Ms. Rizda, and also Pak Ahmad for your questions. For the first question, how does the Malaysian government invite the private sectors to work together to prevent or to tackle stunting in Malaysia? Okay, so actually, Ministry of Health are open to all private sectors, big companies, to assist them in prevention of stunting, particularly. So they are always call sesi libat urus how they manage and try to get the companies involved with the programs. Okay, so they are open with them. Okay, so particularly in Malaysia, they always invite UNICEF together and also the WHO grant together with the industries to assist them to prevent to tackle the stunting problem in Malaysia. For the second question about the prevention of stunting in the remote areas in Malaysia. In Malaysia, the setting in Malaysia, in each state, we have nutritionists. Okay, so in each state we have nutritionists, and all nutritionists together with the health team, they go to the community. Okay? So they go to the community, identify what are the health problem in that community, and then together with the committee in the community, they involve the community to plan some program with them. So of course, the financial support is very important to sustain the program. So in Malaysian setting, we have nutritionists and also other healthcare teams going to the remote area to identify the problems and also to intervene, to take action to prevent or to manage the problem. So that is my answer to Mr. Ahmad.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor, for your answer.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Sir Ahmed, for your question. So, if yes, there are many island provinces, there are many island areas in the Philippines, and usually, if we're talking about the tutok kainan is really all the food commodities are delivered to the areas, and it's being provided to the pregnant women weekly, so that they could have it for the whole week, because that's for the logistic purposes. But at the same time, a part of the project is really having community or household garden, so that those participants of this project will be able to have additional sources of food in the household. So aside from providing the food per se, they are also coordinating with the local agricultural technician, so that community gardens, particularly community vegetable gardens and small gardens in their own households, could be added as part, as could be as additional source of the food for this, for the beneficiaries of this project. So it's really part and parcel of the package. So if you are part of the project, you're also being recommended to also have your own vegetable garden, to have also other source. For example, if the vegetable usually it's not really good for 1 week, it's really more on for 3 days, something like that. So if you have additional source of food, so definitely it will be a good option for the family. At the same time, usually if we're talking about island municipalities or island provinces, the logistics is being managed by the local government units, such that there's a regular delivery of food items, particularly in far-flung areas.
Thank
I
you.
hope I answered your question.
Ya, salamat po sa Lena.
Salamat po. That's thank you in the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ahmad Yusuf. Okay, I think this is the end of our session, and we really thanks to our speaker. And from this two speech, I can make a conclude that actually for the intervention for the stunting, even that's nutrition education or the local food feeding, it's really need to be very specific to the community. Yeah, because maybe the strategy will be different and the approach will be different to different community. And then we want to applaud our speaker for the really engaging lecture today. And please give our special speaker a big round of applause. And we also want to thank to our host, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu and Puipk. We appreciate you, the audience, for coming and participating in this session. And please, for the speakers, Professor Rosita and Professor Leila, thank you. And after this, the MC will give the certificate, the speaker's certificate. So please keep in mind that we still have another session after this and then leave this event. Thank you. Me as a moderator, as I'm say thank you, and please forgive if there is a technical issue during our session. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and we give back to the MC, Mrs. Suci.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Ms. Rizda, for leading us in this first session. Appreciation certificate for you that will shown on the screen, committee. Yes, the certificate will be shown on the screen. Maybe the committee will take the screenshot for the speakers with the certificate.
Thank you very much for the certificate.
Yeah, the certificate for Professor Dr. Rosita Abdul Talib.
Oh iya.
The next is for Professor Leila Sakdalan Africa and the PhD. Yes. Maybe the director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu wants to say something for our fabulous speakers.
Thank you to Prof. Rosita and Prof. Leila for being the speaker in this international seminar. Here are appreciation certificate from Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. Thank you so much, Prof.
You're welcome.
Thank you so
Welcome.
much.
Nice
Yes.
meeting you all
Welcome.
online.
Nice meeting you all online.
Terima
And nice to see you
kasih.
too. The committee
Sama-sama.
already took the screenshot and
Yeah,
will be
yeah.
sent to you very soon.
Thank you
Thank
very
you so
much.
much,
And see you
Professor
again.
Leila and Professor Dr. Rosita.
Thank you so
Well,
much.
ladies and gentlemen, the second sessions will be the presentation and explanation of Professor Alicia Elopena RN, MAN, Dr. Susilo Damarini SKM MPH, and Nurse Andra Saferi Wijaya MCAP. The owner of this station will be Miss Adi Siska Vilia, Master of Arts. So to Miss Vilia, please.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you for Ms. Suci. Well, dear participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, everyone. Yeah, before we come to our next session, that will be delivered by Professor Alicia Lopena. I would like to tell you a fun fact between Bahasa Indonesia and Tagalog in terms of the similarities in the vocabularies, like the word kami, ana, mangko, and langit. That is very interesting, right, Professor? Okay, secondly, ladies and gentlemen, strategies to improve mothers' knowledge, attitudes, and practices regarding nutrition and reproductive health have consistently contributed to reducing child stunting. Improving knowledge, attitude, and behavior during the pregnancy is important as it determines postpartum quality of life for the mother and her babies. Well, in this opportunity, we already have Professor Alicia Lopena RN, MAN from Philippines with the topics Women of Reproductive Age Information Counseling. However, before we come to our session, I would like to tell you a little bit about Professor Alicia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Alicia began her career in 1968 as a staff nurse in Army Station Hospital. And then she became the nurse until 2007, from until 2014, sorry, in Doctors Hospital at White Rock Lake. And then after that, in 2017, she began her career in Southville International School College of Nursing in Las Piñas, Metro Manila. And in 2016 until now, she has been teaching in Philippine Women's University. So Mrs. Alicia completed her master's degree in Philippine Women's University in 2001 and doctoral degree in Philippines Women's University too. Now, let's come our speaker today, Professor Alicia. Time is yours. But before that, I want to ask Professor Alicia, would you like to share your screen or the video, Professor?
Your recording.
Okay. Yes, thank you so much. Time. We will share your record. I'm so sorry, Professor. We have a technical issue in here. Would you please just share your screen?
Okay, since it seems that there are some technical difficulties, then I will now share my screen. Okay, good morning, everyone. To all our administrators of the Health Department of Indonesia, the administrators of the school. A pleasant good morning also to all our speakers for today, and also to all participants of this seminar. I did send my PowerPoint and my video recording to the committee, but it looks like there are some technical problems. So these are always things that happens in terms of technology. So thank you for the patience that you have given me while my grandson is trying to present the PowerPoint. I am not very technically, advantaged because of my age. So my topic is, of course, related to women of reproductive age, information counseling. So when we say women of reproductive age, we are focusing on women ages 15 to 49 years old. But one of our very common global problem, and it is not only in Asian countries, but other countries of the world, is adolescent pregnancies are really a very much global problem occurring in high, middle, and even low-income countries. More specifically in low-income countries. So around the world, however, adolescent pregnancies are more likely to occur in marginalized communities. So when we say marginalized communities, these are communities wherein the percentage of poverty is very, very high. Most of these pregnant adolescents have not finished their higher level of education. And most of these marginalized communities may be found in rural areas. Basically, poverty is a driven factor that must be considered. So if there is poverty, women may not be able to afford to go into a proper education. So they lack knowledge. And of course, because they lack knowledge, employment opportunities is very, very low. So every year, it is an estimated 21 million girls aged 15 to 19 years in developing regions become pregnant. So this is a very much global problem. And at least 777,000 births occurs to adolescent girls younger than 15 years in developing countries. In the Philippines, the one that was reported several, I think about 1 or 2 years ago, the youngest pregnant girl was age 11. So it is very alarming. So early pregnancies among adolescents have a very major health consequences for adolescent mothers and their babies. A lot of complication can occur. So this can increase the mortality rate for the mother and the mortality rate for the newborn. With low and middle income countries, it accounts for about 99% of global maternal death of women aged 15 to 49 years. Even if a woman is already in the middle adulthood, and let us say the woman already have 3 or 4 children, still there is a problem of stunting growth and wasting because they lack education. Poverty is a problem. So they are still our focus in terms of reproductive counseling. One should also consider that according to the World Health Organization, stunting is defined as low height for age. And our previous speakers have also given definitions of stunting and even the definition of wasting. It is the result of chronic, meaning it has been present for a long period of time, or recurrent undernutrition. Again, as I have mentioned, usually associated with poverty, no or very insufficient income to buy the food, which will be able to provide them with a well-balanced diet. Poor maternal health. So even if the woman enters the pregnancy period, the woman herself brought into the scenario a very poor maternal health and nutrition because even the woman is malnourished. Knowing frequent illness, or let us say chronic illness, can delay the growth and development of the child. So let us say a common illness that may occur in children below 5 years old may be frequent upper respiratory infection, or let us say pneumonia, or let us say illnesses related to the gastrointestinal system. Children may have diarrhea, vomiting. All of these could be a contributory factor to the development of malnutrition in children below age 5, particularly if the illness is always present. inappropriate feeding can also be a factor. One should consider that in terms of preparation of food, even if the food is well balanced, but if a mother do not have the technique on how to feed the child, then even if it is well balanced, the child will not be able to take the appropriate amount for each meal. So it's very important for mothers of these children to have appropriate technique on feeding the child. And earlier, there was a question that was given by Mr. Tony, how to boost the height of the child, because mealtime is an interruption of play. Children to around 5 years old, play is the most important activity for them. If you call them during mealtime, it is an interruption of their play, so they do not want to go to the table to eat their meals. So sometimes a mother may have a technique to encourage the child to come to the table and eat. And just to share to you my experience, I have 4 kids, 3 boys and 1 girl. So I try to devise a technique so that they will eat their meals. I gave them a label. So my eldest, I call him Superman. My second child, I call him Spider-Man. The third, I call him Batman. And then my youngest, who is my only girl, I call her Wonder Woman. So when they come to the table, I let them line up and then I let them eat their meal. So it's like some kind of a contest for them. So at the end of the meal, then I will tell to my children, oh my goodness, Wonder Woman finished all her food on her plate. This is a technique. This is a technique that I have used for my children. And I am so happy that all my children did not suffer any stunted growth. And even up to this point in time, they have never been sick. So this is a technique that I have used for my children. Because remember, mealtime is an interruption of their play. So this is very important, that stunting prevents children from reaching their physical and cognitive potential. Of course, in 2018, stunting affected an estimated 21.9%, or shall we say 149 million children under the age of 5 years, while wasting accounts about 7.3% or 49 million children under the age of 5 years. If these current trends will continue, millions of children under 5 years of age will be stunted by 2025. So every countries in the world must always include in their healthcare delivery system a way of providing appropriate nutrition to our children. Also very important is one should remember that women, infants, children, and adolescents are the highest risk of malnutrition. So it's very important that we optimize nutrition in the early years of life. And the previous speakers have mentioned the 1,000 days from conception to a child's second birthday. Ensure, so we are supposed to ensure the best possible start in life because it will have a long-term benefits for the whole family and for the whole country. If a fetus is deprived, of adequate nutrition early in pregnancy, it can result to to a very small gestational age. To ensure that early pregnancy deficiencies do not occur, it is very important for us to encourage women of childbearing age to follow a balanced diet before pregnancy. Good nutrition is very important that the subject is addressed in national health goals. Every country in the world have its own national health goals. So that, for example, a number of health goals may present such as reducing anemia among low-income pregnant female. So that is a health goal. So if that is a health goal, this health goal must be mentioned in all healthcare facilities and all government facilities that provide healthcare to the population, particularly the pregnant female. So it becomes very, very specific. Increase the proportion of pregnancies beginning with an optimum folic acid level, because that is very important in the development. During the first 3 months of pregnancy, it is very important because we know that any deficiency in folic acid can result to neural tube abnormalities. So, very important yan. Even during the pre-pregnancy state, the folic acid requirement of a non-pregnant woman may already be emphasized, so that if that non-pregnant woman enters or got married and got pregnant, she now have the appropriate amount which is already in her body. Increase the proportion of mothers who achieve a recommended weight gain during pregnancy. We all know that there is some kind of standard, not really standards, but in terms of weight gain, we move from 25, a weight gain of 25 pounds to 35 pounds. But of course, one have to consider the pre-pregnancy of a woman. If a pre-pregnant weight is less than normal, then weight gain must be increased. If a woman who is entering pre-pregnancy is obese, then weight gain has to be controlled. So we nurses, and I am focusing to our nurses, because we nurses, even during our students' life, we go out into the community as part of our community health nursing practice. So it's very important that we always give nutrition counseling and nutrition education to pregnant women whom we encountered during home visit to the family. So we have to stress to these women the importance of a well-balanced diet for all women who will be entering pregnancy, so that they have already the nutritional storage, which is very important in terms or in case they become pregnant. So to continue, there is a tremendous growth that occurs from the moment of conception to the time of birth. So it entirely depends on the nourishment from the mother. The process of growth and development is a very complex process. It is a very rapid human growth that demands a significant increase in nutrients from the mother's diet. One should consider the mother's food habits and nutritional status before conception. Particularly if you focus on adolescent pregnancy, adolescents are very fond of fad foods. Basically, they eat in what you call food court. Sometimes they just buy food in vending machines. So they are not really, eating a well-balanced diet. Because in terms of what is current among adolescent teenagers, these fad foods can affect their nutritional status. So it is very important that the mother's food habits and nutritional status before conception, as well as during pregnancy, is influenced by the outcome, or it will influence the outcome of her pregnancy. Pregnancy is a prime example of physiological synergism. So in terms of synergism, in which the mother, so if a mother is well nourished, so it will have synergy with the fetus. The fetus will receive appropriate nutrients for the growth and development of the fetus. And of course, through the placenta, so the placenta is very important because through the placenta, the fetus receives the nutrient. So collaboration between these three, the mother, the fetus, and the placenta, helps collaborate with each other to sustain and nurture the new life. So all those physiological synergism is very important. Although a good diet is not really a guarantee for a good pregnancy outcomes, it still makes a very important contribution. Any deficiency in folic acid, as I have mentioned earlier, is associated with defects. So both nutritional state that the woman brings into the picture is very important because it has a direct bearing on her health and on the fetal growth and development. One should keep in mind that even that this adolescent pregnant woman, and because they are still adolescent, they are also undergoing growth and development. So both of them, the pregnant woman who is an adolescent is also growing and developing. And at the same time, the fetus inside her uterus is also growing and developing. So promoting nutritional health is very important. Every countries in the world have their food pyramid. So explanation of the food pyramid to these pregnant women is very important. So I have here the food pyramid of Malaysia. I have here the food pyramid of the Philippines. And I have here the food pyramid of Indonesia. So making them aware of the food pyramid of the country is very important. One should consider also the cultural, environmental, or social lifestyle that may affect the eating habits of a pregnant woman. Helping, if you are going to do nutrition counseling for a woman, you can ask a pregnant woman, if she comes to the clinic, nutrition clinic, a 24-hour recall history is the best way to secure necessary information. Remember, it is very important for us to assess what does the pregnant woman knows. Yan. That should be our foundation of nutrition counseling. What does the woman know? So if you analyze that something is wrong with her 24-hour recall history, then counseling about a well-balanced diet comes in, so that this will help identify areas of teaching and counseling. Knowing the nutritional status of a pregnant woman, it will help the nurse to consider the desired health and growth of both the fetus and the mother, because inadequate or inappropriate intake of nutrition can lead to disturbances in terms of growth and development. If a woman, so based on your assessment and your counseling, if a woman eats a large amount of nutritionally inferior food, and let us say a woman has a problem eating because of fatigue, or let us say nausea and vomiting, it may risk, it is now considered as a risk for the same problem. So that if a woman have consistent problem of nausea and vomiting, then our counseling should include ways and method to lessen nausea and vomiting. Sensitivity to the client's concern about maintaining her own appearance. It is very important to help her keep a healthy perspective, because an adolescent pregnant woman, she will still focus on her own appearance. She wants to focus on her appearance. So it's very important that when we do counseling, we give them a perspective that she is eating for two, not just for herself. So assessing the nutritional status of the woman, you will be able to analyze if the food that she is taking or if her diet is imbalanced. So in large health centers, there are nutritionists which are available to meet with with women prenatally and help them plan nutrition during pregnancy. But there are some centers who may not have nutritionists on site, and that is the reason why even in the curriculum of nursing, there is always a subject, nutrition. So that is the reason why even if the health center do not have nutritionists, we nurses in particular can help a woman, plan a well-balanced diet. But, when you do planning, one should always consider cultural and lifestyle factor. Bring it to the picture. Because different regions in different countries may have their own food or ways of cooking their food. Consider financial resources. Are there government resources that are available for the pregnant woman? So these resources must be tapped. Counsel the woman about the importance of this well-balanced diet and its long-term outcome, and to continue a healthy eating pattern. So not missing, missing a meal a day is an unhealthy eating pattern. Okay. So if one will implement a nutritional plan, so if you make a nutritional plan together with a pregnant woman, then she becomes more responsible, because the two of you are working together in terms of her nutritional plan. So always emphasize the physiological basis for nutritional needs. If the woman does not understand the importance of increasing iron or the importance of increasing calcium, or the importance of increasing folic acid from 400 micrograms to 600 micrograms, she will not follow the nutrition pattern, because she herself does not understand the importance of these nutrients. So also explain what nutritional deficiency should have been found during assessment. If the woman's nutritional deficit is already her weight and her weight is below the normal, then it has to be explained to the mother why she has to gain a certain weight gain during the entire pregnancy. So we have to show to the pregnant woman how to change her nutritional pattern to improve the situation. Pregnant women need support and encouragement also from the members of the team and also from the family. If this pregnant adolescent is 15 years old only, it is very important that during nutrition counseling, her family or even her mother should be with her. Support system from a friend is also very important. So these people are very important. You have to bring them together in a discussion table. Asking a woman to list what foods they eat daily and bring it during a health maintenance visit is an effective motivating technique. So if a pregnant woman comes into the nutrition counseling center and gave to you the list of food that she ate in the past, let us say 3 days, and you are now checking all the foods that she has eaten, then you can guide her. Oh, this food has to be eliminated, or this food you have to decrease that, or you are taking a lot of sodas that is very high in sugar. So there is an actual meeting between the nutrition counselor and the pregnant woman. So this is more a positive, what you call positive counseling. You do not just give a pregnant woman a list of things to do. It is very important that you sit down together. Because when you sit down together, there is a development of a good nutrition, counseling, or nutrition counselor, patient or client relationship, because there is a development of trust. Very important that they are given a knowledge about the appropriate weight gain for pregnancy, and women who are at high risk for nutritional deficit, a more precise estimation of adequate weight gain can be calculated. So this information must be given to the woman. Women who are underweight coming into pregnancy should gain slightly more weight than the average woman. And basically, an obese woman might be advised to gain less than average. So I just have here a recommendation about the weight gain, which is appropriate for an underweight woman. A 28 to 40 pounds gain weight is appropriate because the pregnant woman is underweight. So an appropriate weight gain for a normal weight woman, and those for overweight woman, and those for obese woman. And then of course, as I continue, always advise women not to do any dieting during pregnancy. No dieting during pregnancy. Now remember also, it is very important that one should consider that there are women who are vegetarian. So it is very important to explain to the pregnant women that at this point in time, she cannot really go definitely a pure vegetarian diet, because a pure vegetarian diet may have will not be able to give the appropriate nutrients that are needed by the growing fetus. The calorie needs must be emphasized to the pregnant woman. 2,200 and an additional 300 calories for a total calorie intake of 2,500 is recommended to meet the increased needs of pregnancy. So we all know that in the daily requirement intake for protein in women during pregnancy increases because that is very important for the development of the tissues, because protein is the basic structure of life. So milk is a very rich source of protein. Advising pregnant women to drink at least 3 glasses of milk a day is very important. But we know that there are women who have intolerance for milk. Then it is very important to emphasize to them what other foods could be a source of calcium. Pregnant teenagers, and I have a picture here. These two adolescent girls. This is from the Philippines, and their community is far from Metro Manila. So if you look at their faces, this looks like she's only about 15 years old. This may look about 16, but they have already their child, and again they are now in their second pregnancy because of both of them are already pregnant for their second baby. So we do not want any increase in terms of mortality in terms of women, in terms of pregnancy, or we do not want any increased mortality of children. So these are some specific counseling, suggestion for counseling. It is very important that you know each client personally. Otherwise, you will not be able to develop a trusting relationship and a helping relationship. So tailor your counseling to the unique needs of each pregnant teenager. One should consider individuality of each pregnant woman. Some teenagers may have lower educational levels and may have limited reading ability or skills. So it's very important that when counseling, we give them educational materials that are adapted to their needs. We can give them nutritional booklet or instructional booklet, which should always be available in the Nutrition Counseling Center. And since our nursing students go out to the community and talk to these pregnant women, encourage our nursing students to make instructional booklet. So this could be a learning activity for nursing students to develop an instructional booklet so that when they go out into the community and do their home visit, this can be given to pregnant women. Low-income teens lack the financial resources to maintain an adequate diet. So it's very important that they know agencies or help them and guide them to contact agencies that can help them in terms of financial resources. Seek ways to motivate clients. Even how well you interact with your client, if they are not motivated, they will just, put it behind their back. Okay, and then sometimes they may not come back to the nutrition counseling center because they are not motivated at all. Schedule appointment with clients and be sure to keep your appointments. If your appointment to a pregnant woman is at 10 o'clock in the morning, and then you are already 1 hour and a half late, I am telling you that pregnant woman will leave the center and will go home because she still have a lot of household tasks to do. So be always on time. Always maintain that. Always maintain your appointment. During counseling period, as I have mentioned, invite the mother because the mother will be a good support for her daughter. Invite her friends, her best friend, who has also or has her best friend may already had her first pregnancy and also an adolescent. So invite her friends to accompany her to participate in group counseling session because this can support the recommendations that are made because the mother and her friend can give her a lot of encouragement. Avoid scaring tactics. Do not tell them that, oh, if you're not going to eat this one, it will make your baby look this. Or if you have deficiency on these things, your baby will come out abnormal. So sometimes these are scaring techniques that keep away our pregnant women in visiting the nutrition council center. Always make an appropriate assessment. Use simple and concrete forms. So when we do our health assessment of our pregnant women, whether it is age 15 or up to age 49, make your forms very simple. So most of this form has been devised by the Department of Health of each country, but it is very important that it is simple, concrete, easily understood by the pregnant women because some of them may have very incomplete education. A traditional model can be used. And from that assessment form, you can ask more questions or you can increase your question. Avoid close-ended question, which is only answered by yes or no. Let the counselor must try to use more of an open-ended question because in an open-ended question, you get more information and more data. And then, of course, make practical intervention. Plan short, enjoyable, and active learning session. Use positive reinforcement liberally. So this could be oral. You are doing good. Oh, I'm so happy. You had a better understanding of the importance of a well-balanced diet. So these are examples of using positive reinforcement liberally. Review progress during follow-up session. Always review the past session. And then give the objective or the goal for the current session. And then give her an idea what will be the next session. And of course, always maintain a positive and supportive atmosphere. Always support the teenager's responsibility. It's very important for the pregnant woman, particularly the adolescent pregnant woman, that they also have responsibility. Help the teenager learn to be responsible. We do not just dole out everything. She has to be responsible also for herself. Help the pregnant woman to take responsibility for their own nourishment and the nourishment of the growing fetus. And this is the primary objective of nutrition counseling. Always establish a kind of rapport and relationship in which this responsibility can grow. If they understand their responsibility on their side, and you, the counselor, have also a responsibility on your side, you bring that on the table so that you will be able, both of us, the counselor learns something about the pregnant woman learns something about from the counselor. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. And these are the references that I have used. The World Health Organization website. I have used a basic nutrition textbook, and then maternal and child health nursing, care of the childbearing and child rearing family, and then of course nursing care of the community. Because let us remember that every members of the family and every family is a member of the community. So we want to have a healthy community. So thank you so much for giving me and for inviting me in this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Alicia, for your remarkable presentations today. So I will imitate your interesting techniques for kids by naming them superhero to finish their meal. This is very, yes. Well, the next speaker will be from Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. The next presentation is about the effect of stimulations of baby massage by the family on growing premature baby in Bengkulu City, Indonesia. So our next speaker is Dr. Susilo Damarini, SKMM, PH. She was born in Jakarta in 1966, and she finished her doctoral degree from Universitas Indonesia. And then she has a publication in Indian Journal of Public Health with the title Predisposing Factors to Risk of Low Birth Weight in Premature Baby in Bengkulu, Indonesia. Well, for Mrs. Susilo Damarini, screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ka. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Director of Polytechnic Bengkulu, the Honorable Speaker from Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesia, and all audience. Excuse me, I want share screen. Okay. On this occasion, I will describe the topic about stimulation of baby music by the family on the growth and development of premature babies in Bengkulu. The impact that occurs to the premature lower birth, such as in the short term, baby with lower weight have a worse prognosis and death due to implication and occurs. Even though the baby is alive, there is potential for neurogenic, speech problem, and low intelligence levels. Premature weight can also increase the occurrence of infection and complication in the baby. Whereas in the long term, slow growth and development is related to brain maturity. According to Ramachandra and Dutta, that soft touch and baby messages have a positive effect on the neurodevelopment physiology and behavior of infant in adapting to their environment. Ali and Musa found the babies who received messages from their parent or caregiver every day or at least 3 times a week grew very rapidly. This the program is based on Indonesian National Basic Health Research in Bengkulu Province. There was an interest in low birth from 1.5% in 2015 to 2% in 2018. Short birth babies increased from 11.8% in 2013 to 15.5% in 2018. 35.9% case and premature birth. But circumference less than 33 centimeter by 54.5%. In addition, most of them do not understand about message stimulation for premature babies. So for this reason, the alternative solution is necessary in giving stimulation of infant message to family of premature babies. The purpose of this study was the determinant the effect of stimulation of baby message by the family on the growth and development of premature babies in Bengkulu specialty. To get an overview of the effect of infant message stimulation on the growth and development of premature babies with controlled covariate variable, assessing the effectiveness of baby message stimulation on the growth and development of premature babies, and get an overview of the application of baby message stimulation in the community. Variable dependent in the study is the growth variable include body weight, body length, and head circumference and development variable. The independent variable giving baby message stimulation, the hypothesis of the research is that the infant message stimulation increase the growth and the development of premature babies. The research was conducted in Bengkulu City, North Bengkulu Regency, Central Bengkulu Regency, Seluma Regency, and Rejang Lebong Regency, starting from April 2018 to December 2019. The study used quantitative methods supported by qualitative with intervention providing stimulation of baby message. The step of intervention include first, the preparation of the study web making media for baby message stimulation training include making module, flip chart, pictures from pocket book, and video and video of baby message stimulation. Conducting trial and knowledge growth and development questionnaire, as well as premature baby message and training of my face. 2, the intervention implementation with face enumerator made to home visit, then family member who had been trained with baby message 3 times a day for 8 weeks. 3, measurement and observation of growth and development. We carried out by enumerator by conducting home visit 1 in 2 weeks, last for 14 weeks. In this graph, it can be seen that the baby boys who were missing had a higher weight than those who were not missing. Although at the end of the measurement, the weight gain of the missing babies was not as much as before. So the increase during the measurement was not much different. This happens because the variable that contribute to increasing body weight, those are big meal and babies who are free of infection. In addition, because baby will get mimic, are more active in making movement in the hand and feet, lifting the head, starting to tilt, sleeping time begin to decrease, and they cry more strongly. Active babies need more energy than less active babies, so they gain less. So they gain less weight. Babies' weight grow is above first standard efficiency score according to 22 integral proof. The graphic image of the baby girl's weight saw an increase in the weight of the missing baby, 3.14 kilogram, and the non-missing baby increased to 0.77 kilogram. The weight gain of male babies is higher than that of family babies. All baby boys and girls have normal weight growth. This effect of baby message stimulation on weight growth of premature babies after being controlled with covariate variable showed that there was an increase in body weight in its measurement and significant increase in body weight starting at age 42 weeks post-menstrual age, 426.8 gram. This graph so that but a group of baby boys experience an increase in body length. Babies who were missing increased by 16.6 centimeter, and those who were not missing increased by 14.1 centimeter. Both group had normal body length. The female body length start from the beginning, so that baby will have a higher body length than baby who are not missing. But the increase is lower than baby who are not missing. This condition is not being a problem because the body length of the intervention babies continue to increase according to their age. The curve so that both group have normal body length. The increase is body length of boys is higher than girls. Giving baby message stimulation to the baby's body length after being controlled with covariate variable, so that baby message stimulation increase the baby body length in its measurement. The highest increase in infant age 44 until 46 weeks. They had circumference graphic for male babies so that babies who are mesic have a large head circumference. Then babies who are not mesic starting at age 46 weeks. The increase dari measurement, the head circumference of mesic infant was greater than a no-mesic infant. According to the 21 integral curve, the growth of the head circumference in both group was in normal position. Even the mesic babies were above the median. The growth of head circumference is related to brain development. In this condition, there is not concern for brain development disorders. The female head circumference graphic so that the head circumference of the mesic baby increased more than that of the unmesic baby. But both group had normal head circumference. The increase in head circumference of boys is higher than girls. Giving baby mesic stimulation to grow of head circumference after being controlled with covariate variable, so that after 10 weeks of intervention, the baby begin to see an increase in head circumference at the age of 44 until 46 weeks. The development of premature, the graph so that babies who receive mesic stimulation experience better development. The increase in the highest development score is 5 points in infant 1 until 2 months of correction age. Baby age 3 until 4 months are correction in the appropriate development state, reaching 19.2%, and no more babies are in development deficiency. Whereas in the control group, infant where is the appropriate development state as much as 56.6%, 22.6% doubtful development, and 20.8% possible deficient. The result was supported by the informant that babies who were mesic experience an increase in the development of fine and gross movement more quickly. The effect of baby mesic stimulation on developmental score of premature babies after controlling with a variable of infant characteristics, parental characteristic, showing infant mesic stimulation continue to contribute in increasing the development score, and the highest increase of 1.1 points at the correction age of 0 until 1 month and 2 until 3 months. The effectiveness of baby mesic stimulation on growth. Baby mesic stimulation on body weight, so with modest effectiveness. The highest effectiveness was at postnatal age 42 until 44 weeks, which is 23%. And body length and weight effectiveness at 11%. Baby message stimulation was not effective in increasing head circumference in measurement before the age of 42 until 44 weeks. But after 44 weeks, the increase was seen to be effective even though it was weak at 15%. Baby message stimulation is effective in simple or close to the moderate in increase the developmental score of preterm infant, which is 42% at the correction age of 3 until 4 months. Okay. Conclusion. Overweight of premature baby growth and development, baby message stimulation increase the weight and length of premature babies. Baby message stimulation is intervention that can increase the growth of weight and body length after being controlled with covariate variable. Meanwhile, the baby's head circumference increase from 44 until 46 weeks post-menstrual age. All baby experience development was baby who are given message stimulation experience appropriate development, and no babies are found there might be deficient. Baby message stimulation improves the development after being controlled by covariate variable of baby characteristics and parental characteristics. Okay, thank you all for your attention. Back to moderator, Ms. Siska.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cecil Damarini, for your interesting presentation today. So, guys, let's move on to the next session that will be delivered by one of our lecturers from Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. The topic is about upgrading the role of youth in stunting prevention through information technology. However, I would like to introduce you to our beloved speaker today. His name is Mr. Andra Safari Wijaya. Mr. Andra finished her master degree in University of Gajah Mada, UGM, in 2016. And he also has the special skills, experience, and then many trainings related to nursing field. Mr. Andra also has several publications, and one of his famous publications of anxiety in the decrease anxiety in preschool children and growing in pushing in 2018. Well, Mr. Andra, time is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, moderator. Is my voice clear? Can you hear my voice, moderator? Yes. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me start screen. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks to moderator for giving me the opportunity to share my study about the health intervention to improve adolescent knowledge, attitude, and behavior towards stunting prevention. Okay. On this occasion, I will briefly discuss the topic which, in my point of view, is one of the approach to stunting prevention in Generation Z teenagers. The outline of this presentation are what is stunting, why teenagers, stunting prevention, how to prevent stunting in adolescence, how technology can increase your knowledge about stunting, what is e-health in stunting, and the implementation of stunting prevention health education application. Okay. Okay. Well, as the explanation by the previous speaker, what is stunting? So stunting is the failure of children to reach their growth and developmental potential due the cumulative effect of persistent nutritional deficiency. Then children were defined as stunted if their height for their age was more than 2 standard deviation below the median base. It's on WHO child growth standard. Okay, next page. Now, before further discussion about stunting, let's first identify what is stunting. Stunting is defined as a condition where toddlers have a length or height that is less than their age. Okay, this stunting case is global problem and does not only occur in Indonesia. In 2017, around 115.8 million or 22.2 children under 5 in the world experience stunting. Statistic Indonesia are not less pressing with the stunting prevalence rate of 27.67% in 2019. Or it can be concluded that 1 in 3 Indonesian toddler is stunted. But currently, the stunting problem in Indonesia saw a decline in 2021 to 24.4. This is inseparable from the role of cross-sector and entire society in stunting prevention. Okay, nah, but let me see in my presentation, stunting prevention is not only the problem. Stunting is not the only problem. Stunting prevention has become a national priority, so the younger generation in Indonesia can grow and develop optimally. The government has issued the National Strategy or Stranas for acceleration of stunting prevention as a guide for central and local government in implementing stunting prevention effort. The national strategy for stunting include effort to improve nutrition through specific and sensitive nutrition intervention. Specific nutrition intervention are aimed at address nutrition-related problem directly. Throughout the health sector, meanwhile, sensitive nutrition interventions seek to address non-health problems that contributed to stunting, such as providing clean water, food security, health insurance, and so on. The more important is to prevent stunting early. It's very important that prevention is done earlier. When? Of course, before the birth by prospective mother and father. Who are the prospective mother and father? Right now, the one who will be candidate is our teenager. Okay. Why adolescent? The previous speaker, Prof. Rizita, explained challenge young couple target group are still not able to fully understand about stunting, exclusive breastfeeding, and complementary food. Quoting from Patton et al. 2018, adolescent is critical period of physical growth and development. This period is very sensitive to malnutrition because of the increased physiological need for nutrition. Adolescent malnutrition affects not only themselves, but also their future generation. The nutritional status of adolescent is very important and is an entry point for improving the health of women and children, especially because 10 million girls Under 18 are marriage each year, which is problem of gender and equality. Adolescents are the key breaking the intergenerational cycle of malnutrition, poverty, and food insecurity. Investing in this population group will ensure long-term sustainable outcome for reducing poverty, food insecurity, fertility, and malnutrition. Some literature said that during adolescence, optimal nutrition adds importance to women's health because it's relevant to maternal nutrition. The study also stated that the teenage pregnancy rate is still high. So it's very risky to give birth to children with growth and development problems. Teenage pregnancy poses great risk to both mother and baby. Pregnancy in adolescence will slow and inhibit the growth of girl, strengthening the intergenerational cycle of the malnutrition. Okay, the picture above illustrates the distribution group of the population in Indonesia. From about 270 million people, Indonesia has 27.94% of Generation Z and 25.87% of millennials who are teenagers. And the total active user of social media in Indonesia are 160 million people, or equivalent to 59% the total population. It's recorded that the adolescent age group from the age of 13 to 24 years, they are 21% female and male social media user. From here, we can see that the number of active users of social media, especially teenagers in Indonesia, is very high. Teenagers spend more time using social media, or we assume the use of gadgets and information technology. Therefore, this is one of the efforts to prevent stunting based on technology or social media. Of course, stunting prevention emphasizes more on sensitive intervention and specific intervention. However, the intervention of integration prevention program with cross-sectoral partnership have a positive contribution to prevention. The example of education and health intervention relate to quality of teenage girl educational intervention that can be done are reproductive health education in school, providing adolescent nutrition education, formation of information of peer counselor to discuss adolescent development, supplementation of blood tablet for teenage girl. Yeah, this is health intervention. Yeah, giving anthelmintic to teenage girl, promotion to balanced nutrition, giving zinc supplementation, and providing access to PKPR, Youth Care Health Service at the health center. And the last, the empowerment of the close people, for example, health education for teenage boy. Okay, my topic is about e-health. So what is e-health? Yeah, as we know, the use of application or technology, especially social media among teenagers, is very high. So it became one of the strategies to spread information about stunting. Intervention to prevent program integration and cross-sectoral partnership have positive contribution to stunting prevention, such as education to teenagers. For example, the use of Android application. Along with the development of information and communication technology, it encourages innovation and change in various fields of human life, including the health sector. Currently, we have encountered various sophisticated applications in the world of health that's known as e-health. What is e-health and how does it work? The development of information technology has brought society into transparency era. All information can be so easily accessed without limits, including information about health. That is one of the concepts promoted by eHealth. According to the World Health Organization, eHealth is the use of information and communication technology for health to, for example, treat patients, pursue research, educate students, track disease, and monitor public health. So in the health, maybe we can monitor public health about stunting. How is the implementation of eHealth? On my presentation, we can see the picture about application using to prevent stunting. As the complexity of stunting problem, stunting prevention need to be carried out together between the government and non-government comprehensively. The active participant of the community, especially adolescent as prospective parent, is indispensable in preventing stunting. Adolescents are expected to be able to carry out healthy lifestyle behavior, include consumption of balanced nutrition, food. In addition, adolescents can broaden their horizon by exploring the issue of stunting and voicing the problem and impact of stunting to the wider community. Adolescents, as agents of change in society, can provide advice and support government program in stunting prevention effort. Some applications are already developed by the government, researcher, and others, such as Sympathy. Yeah, we can browse in a Play Store. Yeah, the name is Sympathy. Sistem pencegahan stunting. This is application collaboration about government and Telkomsel can be prevent stunting. eHealth can enhance the knowledge of adolescents about stunting. Besides the apps about stunting, teenagers are spending more on social media nowadays. Therefore, one of the efforts to prevent stunting can be done by utilizing social media. Utilizing social media as a media for sharing information about stunting is one effective way. Sit from the official website of We Are Social, also 2020, there are some of the most frequently used social media in Indonesia. Like YouTube is the platform most frequently used by social media users in Indonesia, with a percentage reaching 88%. The most frequently accessed social media are WhatsApp at 84%. And the next Facebook at 82% and Instagram at 79%. There are so many choice of social media platforms that can be used to provide information and understanding about stunting to the public, especially teenagers. Besides of using social media to upload the educational information about stunting, social media can also be used to answer various misinformation about stunting. Okay, next. Now, stunting campaign. This is using 5W and 1H. Yeah. Teenagers are very close to gadget and smartphone. Nowadays, technological equipment is no longer a tertiary need. This was proven during the COVID-19 pandemic, where we had to implement new habits, namely studying from home, working from home, and optimizing preventive and promotive health problems with health information technology. And this one of the rule of eHealth that can be applied to adolescents to increase knowledge about stunting using the application of technology. The importance of modifying the way of providing education to the community from an early age is very necessary considering the time are growing rapidly. And this time, almost all people have Android. So the use of application can be done for health promotion. Yeah. for health promotion. For example, I sit in the gasing, the name of the action of stunting application. This application was created to convey material about balanced nutrient and clean and healthy living behavior. In this application, there is a request for data that must be reported, such as email address, name, height, weight, age, data filling, yeah, and PHBS. Yeah. Nah, socialization about the importance of stunting in stunting prevention can be done more likely and attractive to teenagers. This is one of our duty as a nurse in community nursing. Yeah, this is one of our duties as a nurse in community nursing in providing education to adolescent using ICT, so that the message convey is easier to convey. Presented in a fun way, simple language, and easy to understand, those teenagers will be much an interest and slowly begin to grow their curiosity to learn and understand stunting further. Yeah, the material presented by application, yeah, because stunting is not only influenced by consumption pattern, but also influenced by parenting, including parental love. This is brief but important understanding that must be spread. Then who will run the campaign for importance of parenting in stunting prevention? Definitely teenagers. We can socialize technology or application studying about stunting. The more they taking part, the greater the scope of the material. Thanks. I think this is my last present. Thank you very much. I hope it's useful. Thank you. I give it back to moderator.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Andra, for your interesting presentation today. So, dear participants, we open the question session for this discussion section. Maybe you can raise your hand or drop it in our chat box. Well, Miss Eneng Rismawati, would you like to ask a question to our speakers today? Hello, Miss Eneng. How about Mr. Ahmad Yusuf? Would you like to ask a question? Well, in the chat box, there is a question in here from Miss Emi Yuliantini. Yes, Miss Aneng. Yeah, from Miss Emi Yuliantini. Stunting prevention programs in Indonesia have been carried out, including giving supplementary food to toddlers and pregnant women, giving blood supplementary tablets to adolescents, girls, and pregnant women, increasing complete basic immunization coverage for infants and toddlers, giving vitamin A to toddlers and others. Professor Alicia, this question is for you. Is there any strategy that has been carried out effectively in reducing stunting? Professor Alicia, would you like to answer this question?
Yes.
Or, yeah.
In the Philippine setting, our Department of Health have some kind of a program or what they call some kind of a packet. So we have a what you call maternal, newborn, and child health and nutrition strategy. So it is MNCHN. It is called a care package of service, which was actually implemented in 2011 by the Department of Health. So they have utilized 4 key strategies regarding this packet. So in this package, or in these 4 key strategies, they have their goal is that every pregnant woman must have access to the package. Now, so whether it is pre-pregnancy, pregnancy, childhood, postpartum, or let us say newborn, and then childhood, this package must be available for them. So another thing that they did strengthen is the delivery network, because even if there is a package for both the mother and the child, if there is no very specific and well delineated delivery network, it will not push through because there is no delivery network. So it must be done at all levels of care. Another thing that they improved is an organized health system development. And of course, building up of institutional capacities. So those are the 4 strategies that were utilized by our Department of Health, and it was launched in 2011. So you may want to know, what is this pregnancy package? So let us say, if it is called a pregnancy package, 1 is nutrition and counseling. So they have emphasized the importance of using iodized salt because of iodine for the prevention of anemia. The use of micronutrients. So in these micronutrients, these participants in the program get their folic acid from the health center. So they get this folic acid tablet. They get their supply of vitamin A, which is given every week. So these are all part of the package. Another thing that was considered as part of the package is promotion of a healthy lifestyle. So no smoking, definitely, no drinking, no drug use. And then, because we do not want another pregnancy to occur one after another, so family life planning is already included in the packet. Because as much as possible, we do not want any unwanted pregnancy. So unwanted pregnancy prevention is emphasized in terms of family planning. And then management of lifestyle, like for example, or management of lifestyle related diseases. Remember, a 35-year-old pregnant female may have already problem with hypertension, diabetes. So it has to be managed at that point in time. And of course, management of infection. And one of the programs that was included is deworming of these pregnant women. Because if a pregnant women have a lot of parasites, where does the nutrients go? It goes to the pregnant women instead of going to the fetus. So that is part of the program, deworming. And then of course, counseling on sexually transmitted infection, because our adolescent, our teenagers now are very sexually active. So we have to give them knowledge about sexually transmitted infection. And of course, personal hygiene. We emphasize personal hygiene. And of course, provision of good nor a good oral health, because knowing that our teeth is basically made up of calcium, so what happens is that the teeth of these pregnant women, sometimes they will develop some dental caries and eventually lose their teeth. There is a saying that every pregnancy, a woman loses one tooth. So oral health is always emphasized. So those are the strategies that has been used by our government that focuses on the maternal and child. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor, for your explanation. Now we move to Mrs. Subaida Handayani. Would you like to ask a question to our speakers? Ms. Subaida, are you in here? Or maybe Ms. Eneng Lismawati?
Excuse me,
Yes.
Mrs. Ka, Husni
Yes,
from
please.
Bengkulu.
Okay. Yes, please, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for this time. I have a question to Miss Susilo Damarini. As she explained just now about the topic, the effect of stimulation of baby message by the family on growing premature baby in Bengkulu. Now, this is interesting subject, I think, yeah. Exactly, the stimulation of baby message very good, and I have experience to increase my baby weight because I have a premature baby before, and I have done it. But the problem, as a matter of fact, I look at hospital, why it wasn't implemented in the hospital. Yeah, we see that it is good, yeah, to grow the baby weight, but why the nurse or why the hospital didn't implement this implementation? Because why the parent got a baby premature, they have, of course, they
While waiting for Mrs. Susilo Damarini to answer the question from Ma'am Husni, maybe the other participant, Ms. Zubaida, maybe, are you ready for your questions? Or
May
Mr.
I?
Ahmad Yusuf?
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Thank you.
Hello?
My turn or who else?
Yes, Mr. Ahmad Yusuf, your
Okay,
turn
thank you.
first while waiting for Mr. Susilo.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity and chance and time. Well, firstly, I'd like to say what a greatly remarkable presentation to three speakers. Congratulations. And I have one question for each. For the first time, I'd like to ask to Professor Alicia. Magandang hapon, Professor.
Magandang hapon,
Yeah,
which
thank
means good afternoon.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'd like to ask about, is there any regulation or policy from the Philippine government regarding the legality for the age of marriage? If there is a policy or regulation out there, why are there still early marriages or children marriages? And for the question to Dr. Susilo, yeah, it's interesting presentation or research. How long is the duration for baby massage? Does it have any effect on injury to the baby's organs? And for Mr. Andra, yeah,
Yeah, Mr.
yeah,
Ahmad.
yeah, Mr. Andra, it's interesting. You mentioned about the quotation of almost everyone had Android or gadget. So how to reach technology to teenager or adolescent who are layman or difficult to access it? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe Professor Alicia want to answer the first
Yes,
question.
the question was clear on the first part, but I was not able to get the last part. So his question is there any specific regulation? So what is the continuation of the sentence? I was only able to get the first part of the
Okay. I repeat again, Professor.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Is there any regulation or policy from the Philippine government regarding the legality for the age of marriage? If there is a policy out there, why are there still early marriages or children marriages out there?
Well, in terms of regulation, so your question about regulation of marriages, is that what it is?
Yes, the age.
The age.
Yeah.
Okay. So in terms of regulation of marriages, so in the Philippine setting, the age of 18 is considered already an adult in the Philippines. So in terms of marriage that occurs 18 and above, there is no specific regulation because the woman is already an adult and can make already a decision on her own. Now, for children, or let us say for those who are ages below 18, and let us say in terms of adolescent pregnancy, as I have mentioned to you, the earliest recorded pregnancy in our country is about 10 years old. And although there is no really any specific regulation, because a lot of pregnancies that occurs below 18 years old are accidental, accidental pregnancies, okay? So because of these accidental pregnancies, it is too late already for the parents to know that their child is pregnant. And that is the reason why education of parents should also be included in terms of teenage pregnancy. It is very important for the parents to monitor the activities of their adolescent children, where they are going, what are their activities. We really cannot control. We cannot put any specific rule because these are accidental pregnancies. A great percentage of pregnancy in adolescent are accidental because they want to do experimentation. So there is really no specific rule in terms of adolescent pregnancy. The only thing is, of course, when an adolescent becomes pregnant, then the care of the family, the parents, and the support system is very important so that their pregnancy will be a healthy one. And when pregnancy occurs, 18 and above, we cannot control that because they are already an adult. Thank you so much. I hope that answers your question because there are really a lot of accidental pregnancy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Selamat, Pak.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Professor Alicia. Now we move to Mrs. Susiloda Marini. Are you ready for answering two questions? The first one is from Husni regarding whether the hospital, the question is why hospital do not implement baby message. And the second one is from Mr. Ahmad Yusuf. the question is, how long is the effective massage duration? Ms. Susilo Damarini, time is yours.
Ms. Susni, you question why stimulation baby message not to do to hospital because this method is a form of follow-up from hospital care and because so-called baby message has been carried out in hospital, especially in the NICU. So this method can only be done by hard working, while for baby music it is done in the community. It can be done by the family themselves, and all the time most of them do not understand about message stimulation for premature babies. For this reason, to intervene in providing education or health training or stimulation in infant music in families of premature babies. Okay, thank you. Stimulation baby nurses to do three frekuensi 3 kali sehari. This is 1 day selama 3 bulan. Ya, in 8 weeks.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Susilo Damarini, for your answers. Now we move to the last questions. Come from Mr. Ahmad Yusuf to Mr. Andra. How to reach teenagers in spreading the message about stunting in social media? Mr. Andra, screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ahmad. Yeah. Incidentally, I'm currently researching stunting from a youth perspective and using ICT in stunting prevention. The question is about how to collect the teenagers. We can do it in school setting, yeah, or youth group. So we can do health education using technology in that situation, or we can use a peers, yeah, or peers to form an online community as a teenager, yeah, who care about stunting. On other occasion, it can be done in lecture community services activity. Maybe this how to collect a teenager to prevent stunting in using a social media or using ICT. Thank you, moderator.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Andra, for your explanation. Now, guys, before we close our session today, I would like to conclude some important notes in here. Firstly, the importance of nutritional health for pregnant women. In this case, nurses can contribute to explain the importance of a balanced diet for pregnancy women, since the complex process of rapid human growth are influenced by the mother's nutrition. And then in terms of the counseling, the health practitioners need to know the client personally and motivate them. And then the baby massage is effective in increasing the weight, particularly for the premature baby. And the last one is the importance of social media to educate people is one of the strategies to reduce stunting. Okay, that's all from me. I'm so sorry if there are mistakes. And thank you so much for all the speakers in this international seminar. Let's give applause for our beloved speakers today. Yeah. Now, back to our MC, Miss Suchi, time's yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vilia. And also thank you for the great speakers today, to Professor Alicia Elopena, RN, MAN, Dr. Susilo Damarini, SKM, MPH, and Nurse Andra Saferi Wijaya, MCAP. And now we have the virtual certificate for 3 of you. It will be shown on the screen, and we will take a screenshot and photo of you. So the first certificate is for, the committee, please. Professor Alicia Elopena, RN, PhD. Thank you so much for being the good speakers today, for sharing us the knowledges. And then the certificate for Dr. Susilo Damarini, SKM, MPH. Thank you so much, Dr. Damarini. And the last is for Nurse Andra Saferi Wijaya, MCAP. Maybe the Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu wants to say something about this session 2, the second session. Ms. Eliana, maybe?
Yes, Siska Suci. Thank you to Professor Alicia Elopena, RN, MEN, Dr. Susilo Damarini, SKM, MPH, Nurse Andra Saferi Wijaya, MCAP, for being speaker in this international seminar. These are the appreciation certificate from Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. Thank you so much, Professor and Bu Rini, Mr. Andra Saferi. Thank you so much. Thank you too for
Please give a big
participating.
applause for all of us here. And ladies, thank you, Ms. Eliana. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our seminar today. And to close the seminar, let us say Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you very much for the fabulous speakers, for the pretty moderators, and also for the kind-hearted participants of this seminar. Hopefully we get the good things and more knowledges from this seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a good day and see you on the next seminar. Maybe if you want to take a screenshot, it's okay. Big applause for us.
Prof. Alicia. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Selamat buat Bengkulu.
Hi, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Maybe next time you can come to Bengkulu, Professor. Microphone is mute.
I said that I had been invited in Bengkulu, Indonesia 3 times already as a guest speaker about disaster nursing. So I really enjoyed my stay in Bengkulu. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you, Professor Alicia.
I hope this will not be the last one. We are looking forward to future. Yes, thank you so much. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone. Bye, everyone.
For participants, the link for attendee list is on the chat box. So please fulfill it.
Bengkulu is a province in the southwest of Sumatra Island. Nature, culture, and history become one, and it's known as Bumi Rafflesia. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Bengkulu was established on April 16, 2001. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is ready to be an excellent health college that provides professional health workers and lead to global in 2025. Our alumni have worked domestic and abroad that spread in Japan for 63 people, Taiwan 20 people, Saudi Arabia 2 people, and Germany 1 person. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is one of the excellent state health colleges in Bengkulu province. The main campus is addressed at Jalan Indragiri, number 3, Padang Harapan, Kota Bengkulu. Meanwhile, Campus B Curug is addressed at Jalan Sabta Marga, number 95, Teladan Village, Rejang Lebong, Regency. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is equipped with the complete and modern campus facilities to support the learning process, including the training center building has more than 2,000 square areas with a hall that provides 500 seats and a comfortable inn. Auditorium has more than 3,000 square areas that provides 1,500 people that used as a multi-purpose building for both internal and external activities of Poltek lecture buildings. Integrated laboratory consists of laboratory department of nursing, midwife, nutrition, health analyst with adequate campus equipment. Campus gazebo with 128 square areas used for student discussion place. Tarbiyati Sihab Mosque has 457 square areas for 500 people with an open room design. Port facilities. Unit of language development with internet connection and 44 computers unit for computer-based tests and online TOEFL tests. A comfortable library, the selfie corner and selayang anti-korupsi corner. Unit of Information Technology that provides computer-based tests with 145 computers unit. Home theater that is used for audiovisual learning activities to all departments. Currently, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu has been accredited by BAN PT with predicate B, and it has 6 majors and 14 study programs that already accredited by LAM PTKes.
Percayakan pendidikan putra putri Anda menjadi tenaga kesehatan profesional bersama Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu
Siap kamu.
berkualitas. Polkeslu
Bermulia.
Bengkulu is a province in the southwest of Sumatra Island. Nature, culture, and history become one, and it known as Bumi Rafflesia. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Bengkulu was established on April 16, 2001. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is ready to be an excellent health college that provides professional health workers and lead to global in 2025. Our alumni have worked domestic and abroad that spread in Japan for 63 people, Taiwan 20 people, Saudi Arabia 2 people, and Germany 1 person. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is one of the excellent state health colleges in Bengkulu province. The main campus is addressed at Jalan Indragiri, number 3, Padang Harapan, Kota Bengkulu. Meanwhile, Campus B Curug is addressed at Jalan Sabta Marga, number 95, Teladan Village, Rejang Lebong, Regency. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is equipped with the complete and modern campus facilities to support the learning process, including the training center building has more than 2,000 square areas with a hall that provides 500 seats and a comfortable inn. Auditorium has more than 3,000 square areas that provides 1,500 people that used as a multi-purpose building for both internal and external activities of Poltek lecture buildings. Integrated laboratory consists of laboratory department of nursing, midwife, nutrition, health analyst with adequate campus equipment. Campus gazebo with 128 square areas used for student discussion place. Tarbiyati Sihab Mosque has 457 square areas for 500 people with an open room design. Port facilities. Unit of language development with internet connection and 44 computers unit for computer-based tests and online TOEFL tests.